So, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another Writers and Weeb podcast, the only Friday podcast that you can watch on a Saturday afternoon. I told you I was going to do it.
I like how you said Writers and Weeb, like I'm not here.
Oh, did I not? No, I said Writers and Weebs.
No, you missed the S. You'll
Oh, I'm
see it when
sorry.
you go back to edit, but I thought
Okay.
it was pretty funny.
I just stumbled.
It's okay, I'm not here. There's
No.
only one Weeb today.
Wait, hold on. You just assumed that I'm the Weeb, though.
Oh,
You
are
could
you
be the
not?
only Weeb.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, well, Star's technically the only writer. I have written shit.
Haha.
Well, I guess that's not
Writer
true.
and Weeb.
I guess technically that's also not true. I have written stuff. It's just like I haven't written anything currently. So that's another thing to say. Why'd we go silent?
I'm now a mega Weeb.
Sorry, such a massive weeb. She absorbed everyone else's weebiness.
I was reading Fig's chat message, that's all. All right. So today we've missed 2 weeks
Yeah.
of writing and weaving.
Speaking of 2 weeks, sure everyone's wondering, because we did do a podcast 2 weeks ago that still isn't up on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I've been busy. I keep forgetting to work on the thumbnail. I wasn't even at home yesterday.
It's all right.
Well, no.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
I wasn't at home today. I was going to post it this morning, but I wasn't at home today because I had to go over to my parents' place because my dad was at work and my mom had to watch my babyest nephew.
Your babyest nephew?
Well, I have a lot of nephews, and this one is like a toddler, so he is the babyest.
It's the babyest. That's adorable.
Yeah. He's my great nephew. He's my nephew's kid.
Ah.
So I just call him the babyest nephew. Because great nephew just sounds weird, if you want me to be honest.
Babyest.
Okay. Starwish would like to introduce today's topic.
So today, we are talking about pocket monsters.
Oh my god.
Or for you people who don't know what pocket monsters are, Pokemon.
It has no affiliation to the Monster Energy drink, by the way.
Yeah. Don't sue us, Monster Energy.
I think that is still hilarious, that lawsuit.
It's so good.
It's so stupid. Astalo mentioned.
Oh my god.
Only no Pokemon. Who's that?
Yeah, guys, Pocket Monster is not referencing any of your dicks. Sorry, but none of them are monsters. Apologies.
Oh, shit.
Sorry that I had to do you like that, chat.
I know I'm going to piss off the Pokemon people by asking who the hell she is. I will be real with everyone. The only bits of her content that I have ever seen is when she's working with, like, Jacksepticeye or other people.
I only know Pokemon from Purple Cliff.
Oh, okay. I had to think about who that was. Look, you have to forgive me, people. I am so select about who I watch on YouTube, where it's like I
sent you a video from Purple Cliff not too long ago. I don't think you watched it though.
Wait, you did?
Yeah, I did. I sent it in your video recommendations.
Okay, maybe I didn't watch it. I have watched like one of his videos.
It had your favorite YouTuber in it, so I sent it in your chat so you could watch it, but I guess you didn't.
I think I did watch it, but it's just like I tend to forget who Purple Cliff is.
It was the prop hunt one.
Oh, wait, yeah, I did watch that.
All right, it was pretty funny.
But it feels like it's been forever, so I don't remember any of it. But it's like, I know who Purple Cliff is, because I have seen his content, because he's, again, worked with some of the YouTubers I do watch, such as, oh my god, I always get his name wrong, P7 or...
PM7.
Yeah, PM7 and M&J TV, they worked on one video together, so that's, like, how I got introduced to Purple Cliff. Again, Pokemon, I only knew her because I was watching, like, the Jacksepticeye during the Among Us era.
Ah.
So it's like
Yeah, I think the only thing I've seen of her is when somebody sent her a clip of Purple Cliff saying, "Pokimane, do you want to play Pokemon together? Ooh woo." As she was playing Overwatch, she goes, "Do I look like I'm playing Pokemon to you?"
Yes.
That's the only clip I've seen of her.
Oh man.
It was so good.
Sorry, I just realized there was an issue with the filter. Okay, there we go. I just had to go and fix that because I was like, hold on, why does it seem like the filter is kicking in a little late? And I realized, oh, that's because I set your attack to 6.
I have 6 attack. That
Mm,
sounds about right.
it just means about how fast it takes for the filter to actually plug in, basically.
How much attack do you have?
1.
Oh, I have more attack than you. Let's go.
Yeah, that's why you're so much louder than I am. Nah, I've put yours down to 1 as well.
No.
You guys are mispronouncing her name, by the way. What? Pokimane? Is that not how it's pronounced? Star, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm waiting for Fig to say the punchline.
Oh, okay. Is there a punchline?
Uh,
It's Pokemon. What? I get
okay.
the joke. I think what Fig is saying is we're supposed to be talking about Pokemon right now. Okay, I'm moving on.
Okay. Oh, it's not a joke. Okay.
I
All
don't know if
right.
I believe you, but okay.
So today we're talking about pocket monsters.
Okay.
There's quite a bit to talk about in regards to pocket monsters, I think.
You sure about that?
Um, yeah, no, there's quite a bit. There's quite
Okay,
a bit
okay,
to talk
okay.
about. Um, I don't quite know where to start. Fig, we don't care, buddy. It's all right. um, I don't know. Where would you like to start? Have you thought of any topics?
Well, I was gonna leave you for the first topic because I was like,
Okay.
we could talk about like starters.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We can do that. We can start by hating because I'm a hater and I love hating. All right. I hate
Uh,
bench.
you hate
I'm kidding.
what?
I hate bench.
Okay. I don't know what it was with your mic a second ago. You were when you said bench, it sounded like you said bent.
Yeah,
Like
I hate
TH
bench.
instead of CH. I was like, what? Okay.
All right.
We're so
Sure, we
disorganized
can we
today.
can we can start with that. All right. So starters. I think we've talked about starters before.
We have, but then you were like, okay, let's save it for the Pokemon conversation.
Well, we've had this discussion like long before we even started the podcast.
Yeah, we did. Like, it's just one of those common questions because we each have played Pokemon, so it's just like it always gets asked by someone
Oh,
who pops into chat.
here we go.
Uh,
Here's somewhere we can start.
okay,
When did you start playing Pokemon?
like the exact year, because I would have
Yeah,
no idea.
like about like Gen like
Okay,
uh,
I started in Gen 4. So my first
okay.
game was Pokemon. It was specifically Pokemon Diamond. I
Ah,
and I played like I bought all 3 of them, by the way. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Platinum. So
nice.
I have a huge bias for saying Gen 4 is my favorite because it was the one I started with. It's same reason a lot of people have like a bias for Gen 1 or 2 or 3 depend. Actually, you know what? I never feel like people have a bias for saying Gen 2 is their favorite.
I like Gen 2. Hot take. I think Gen 2 is pretty good.
I think Gen 2 is great. I just don't like the gyms.
Yeah. It
But
it definitely has its host of problems with like level scaling and whatnot
yeah,
and Jodomons being locked to Kanto. That's kind of annoying.
that was
But
weird.
I think it introduced a lot of really good mechanics.
Baby Mons.
Um Baby Mons, genders, breeding.
Was that all
stuff
introduced
like
in Gen
that.
2? I had no
Oh
idea.
yeah, yeah. Gen 3 is when abilities and double battles came in,
Hmm.
and stat redistribution.
Oh,
So
and another reason Gen 4 is great is because that's when we got the physical special split.
yes, the proper physical special split. Thank
Yeah,
fucking Christ.
the Gen 3 one was really annoying.
Yeah, it really was.
That's
It sure was.
it's really weird because it's like I remember when I first started playing Gen 3, I was like, oh well, I just kept playing it like I played any Pokemon game and understood how the mechanics work. I had no idea that okay, so technically, yes, Gen 3 does have physical special split, but it's all split based on typing, for those who
Yeah.
don't know, which makes it really confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, Bite is a dark type move, but you think of biting and you're like, oh, well, that must be a physical attack, especially if you're from Gen 4 and higher. But it was a special.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying when you're up against a Gardevoir that's like +6 special defense and you use bite and it does 2 damage and you're like, huh? Because that
Oh,
happened to
man.
me. That happened to me, by the way.
Yeah, I can imagine. And and it's weird because it's still confusing because I will still enter the mindset of it because I play so much Gen 3 due to totally legit software, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Um, I played Emerald. I play Emerald whenever I go to play the Hoenn region all the time. And then
good
I'll go
choice.
in and play Alpha Sapphire. I'll be so confused when my Mightyena is doing so much damage with Bite for a second. I'll be like, wait, hold on. It does not normally do this much damage. What is this?
Excuse me, sir. Why is your physical attack actually being physical?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
man.
did you play Gen 4 about when it came out?
I believe it had been out for at least maybe 2 or 3 months because I remember getting
Okay.
it for I don't know, I don't remember the exact month Pokemon Diamond and Pearl came out, but I remember I believe I got it for my
I
birthday,
want to
which
say
is in
like
November.
yeah, I want to say like around November, like 2008 is when Diamond and Pearl came out
Then
because I got my version of Pearl copy in 2008. I still have this save file to this day. My name is Dawn in all caps. the, the save file was
okay,
started in
Diamond and
December of
Pearl.
2008 because I got it for Christmas.
Okay, Diamond and this is September 28th, 2006.
Oh damn!
That
Really?
is that the Japan release date?
That's definitely the Japan release date.
Okay, so let me type USA.
Diamond and
April
Pearl.
22nd, 2007.
Okay, so it must have been 2007 then.
Yeah, I do know that it had been out for at least a couple months because I remember uh watching playthroughs before I got the
Yeah.
game, which
Okay.
annoyed the hell out of my mom because she's like, why are you wanting to watch a game that you're gonna play? And it was because like at the time it was like I didn't know I was gonna play it because this was okay, this one is kind of a little personal because it's like I come from a lower income household, so it was like yes, I was looking forward to playing this game, but it was like I was never under any illusion that I would ever actually get to play because I didn't own a DS at the time.
Mhm.
And I didn't actually think I was going to get the game, so it's like, well, I want to know about the game, so I just went and watched other people play it.
Yeah.
And that made me feel like at least, I could kind of feel like I was going on an adventure with someone. That's just how it
Mhm.
was back then for me.
So your first Pokemon game was around 2007 then.
Yeah.
Nice. My first experiences with Pokemon was with Pokemon Emerald back in 2005.
The best game.
The best game. I was 5 years old. My older brother had a DS and he had this Pokemon Emerald cartridge that I still have to this day, that he got from a garage sale. Imagine how cheap it was back then.
I
And
I really can't because all I can imagine is spending like $1,000 to get a cartridge.
yeah, for real. And and he let me try it out and I fell in love with the game immediately.
All right.
And So that was my first experiences with Pokemon. I played through Emerald, and was never able to beat it though because I suck at Pokemon.
Same.
I actually did beat it for the first time, like, I don't know, 2015, like 10 years later. So
Nice.
like nine years ago, I beat Pokemon Emerald for the first time, and I was so proud of myself.
Can't see me, but I'm giving you a thumbs up.
Aw, thanks.
I mean, like, I would not feel bad about, taking that long. I'm so weird with Pokemon games in that it took me like 8 playthroughs to finally beat Diamond.
Oh yeah, Emerald was a game that I would like get through, and like as soon as I get up to the Elite Four, I would lose, and then I was like, okay, and then just restart the game.
Oh my god. Yeah. Here
I restarted that cartridge more times than I can count.
it's exactly the same. Like here is always what happened. I would get up to about the Elite 4 and then I would look at my team and I would say, "You know what? Maybe I don't like this team and maybe it's not ready for the Elite Four." So I'd go reset, start over. And here's the
I
thing. You would expect that someone with that mindset would trade out Pokemon, right? I
Yeah.
built the same team every single
Oh,
time.
so fucking
And
true.
I would just be like, let me go with this move instead of this move. Um,
So fucking true.
it was just because I loved these Pokemon. I bonded with them. The only Pokemon that I probably changed was my starter because I
Yeah.
was like, I wanted to like get the feel for each one.
Yeah. I know that Torchic was my very first starter, and I remember having tried out the other two, but neither of them really like hit me the same way that Blaziken did, you know?
Yeah, absolutely the same with me and Turtwig. Turtwig is my boy.
Yep. Torchic is the best. I know Owl will be like,
Debatable.
Owl will be like, Blaziken's so bad, and I'm like, yeah, how is it bad?
Isn't
It's
Blaziken literally regarded as I don't know if Blaziken is regarded as
banned
the
because
best
it's too good.
starter.
Speed boost is like really powerful.
I mean, it didn't have speed boost back then.
That is true, but it's banned from most competitive because of speed boost. Like especially Mega Blaziken, sorry.
Well, in that case, just ban specifically the Blazikens with speed boost.
No,
If
they
I
they specifically banned Mega Blaziken.
Okay, that's fine. As long as they don't be like, okay, you can't have any Blaziken.
No, just Mega Blaziken you weren't allowed to have.
Okay, that's
Which is
fine.
like understandable because I use Mega Blaziken in Reborn and it sweeps. You get one speed boost up, it's done. You're not getting outsped.
Boom. Damn.
And all you have to do is just slap protect on that bad boy and you're guaranteed one speed boost.
Mm-hmm. My mouse keeps getting caught with my mic cord. They're just
Oh, that's annoying.
intertwined for some reason. It's like, what was this mic doing? What was the mic and mouse doing that they're intertwined like this? I don't need to know.
Hey yo.
They were
Your
crossing
your
chords.
oh wow, your mic and mouse are getting up to some sussy shit there.
Yep. While we're on the topic of starters, while I do think it's like I'm sure there are plenty of people who would be like, "Oh, well, what are your favorite starters?" It's like, dude, there's like 9 generations of games.
We can definitely go through them one by one if you want.
Oh, we definitely could, but
And
what I
then
was
and then
going
at
to
the end give our favorite starter.
I already know who my favorite is.
I already know who my favorite is, and you can probably tell who my favorite
Yeah.
is.
It's like I don't think there's any starter that ever really beats out your first starter.
For real.
There's so much nostalgia to that. It's like you went through so much with them.
Yup.
And so it's definitely like Turtwig line for me would be my absolute
Mhm.
favorite.
Yeah, it's definitely the Torchic line.
Hmm.
All right, I guess we got our favorites out of the way first.
Yep.
Gen 1, who's your favorite starter? I know the answer, but say it for the people.
Squirtle.
Mhm. It's a
I,
good choice.
it
Squirtle's
really
really cool.
it really is. What's yours?
Is Bubba. Bubbasaur.
So many people upset that nobody said Charmander.
Because okay, listen, Charizard sucks. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna piss off so many people, but I'm gonna say it. Charizard overrated as fuck.
In terms of gameplay here, Charizard is the least useful
Hmm.
unless you're just like, oh, well, I want to have instant access to like a Flymon without having to catch another flyer.
Yeah, Charizard
Because
not that good.
there's not really anything that he beats that you probably aren't just going to get out of a normal flying type, and somebody is going to start telling me about ice and steel types, and it's just going to be like, dude, do you know how easy it is to get a
like
Pokemon that can learn a rock type move?
yeah, like honestly, I nah, Charizard's just not good. Like Stealth Rock halves it in like it just takes out half of its HP upon entry. Hilarious, by the way, right?
Oh man,
Like
yeah.
its hidden ability, solar power, you need to like set up the sun for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like and it even drains your HP. So even if you are taking advantage of solar power, you're on a timer.
Mm-hmm.
It's so it got two mega evolutions. Why did it need two mega evolutions?
Because
One of them
Charizard is the company's favorite, that's why.
one of them is actually good. And no, I'm not talking about X.
I like the Y one. That's
Yeah, the Y one is really good. It gets
yeah.
drought, it gets solar beam, it gets heat wave. Hello? Give that bitch nasty plot. Can Charizard even learn nasty plot?
I
I don't
have
know.
no idea.
X, I just earthquake it and it dies. Like, yeah.
Oh my god,
Why
that's
has
a huge nerf now that I think about it. Getting rid
yeah.
of Charizard's flying type?
Like X has or sorry, Y has the same weaknesses that regular Charizard has, but it has drought, so you can at least make use of it like you can a hidden ability Ninetales, which also has drought, which is also just a better mon.
Mm-hmm. I love how it's like
Cuz
I was mostly talking about like gameplay and just like the actual game. Star's bringing out the competitive knowledge.
no, like not even like even in the game that you're picking it in. Gen 1 is horrible for picking
Oh
Charmander.
yeah.
Your first gym is Brock, a rock type. Your
Mm-hmm.
second gym is Misty, a water type.
Yep. Like
Like,
Char
what are you?
this is just also the reality is like again Charizard has no room to like actually shine in the Gen 1 setting.
And until like very late game. And if you're thinking like, oh, Erica, like, oh, just go get a Vulpix. Oh, but if you're playing red, you can't get a Vulpix. Oh, get a Growlithe then.
It's not even I mean there's also Flareon.
There's also Flareon.
But mostly I just mean like because
So
we
many
just
better fire
we
types.
just commented that is like fire and flying is a weird overlap. It's a very bad overlap because fire and flying had
Yes.
so many common strengths with only the
Yes.
inclusion of like ice type and steel type being the only thing that flying couldn't directly counter. But it's like most of the ice types were part water anyway, so a good electric type handled them.
Yeah.
Uh, Someone's gonna
Like
mention Jinx,
there's
but
there's
then
a
just
there's
have
a
a
fucking ice type Elite Four and all of her mons are water type except for
yep,
one. So
Jinx.
like how are you expecting them to bring Charizard in there anyways?
Yep.
Lamayo got him.
And then for steel typing, it's like ground type. That
Yeah.
just use a good ground type, and those are
Ground
covered.
fighting. Uh, ground fighting.
Is it just
Whenever
ground
I see
ground fighting? Is that
ground
really
fighting,
all that?
fire, and steel wasn't even a thing in Gen 1, so it's not
No,
like it matters.
but I am mostly. I've never played like Gen 1. I played in the Gen 3 variation. You know the
Yeah,
remakes. So, but I just
I've
still mention
played
them.
I've played Gen 1 on the Game Boy. On a Game Boy actually.
Yep.
And boy howdy.
So it's like I do feel bad for Charizard, but it's just like, and I'm
No, it's
usually the
so ungodly overrated.
I'm usually the person who's like, my only main defense of Charizard is just like, oh hey, if you don't want to catch a Pidgey or a Spearow, uh, Charizard, that's
I
the only
think
thing I can give him.
I think Pidgeot is way cooler than Charizard.
Pidgeot?
Yeah.
You say Pidgeot? It's funny to me because it reminds me of Bobby from the Supernatural show, and it just sounds like you're saying idjit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be saying a lot of names wrong today. I hope you're all right with that.
She does it on purpose.
There's what? Pidgeot, Spearow, Doduo, Farfetch'd.
I mean, some of those are. Oh, are we just listing out flying types?
Yeah.
I thought you were like listing the ones you're gonna say wrong.
No. Just flying types.
Okay. Yeah, and then of course you also have the legendary birds that you could just go and get. Moltres.
Charizard when Moltres is right there.
Oh my god. Again, I wouldn't catch Moltres for the exact same reason I really wouldn't go and get Charizard, just because that type overlap is so dumb. But
Yeah.
Moltres has better stats, I believe.
I think if you're gonna use a legendary bird, I think Zapdos would probably be the better one.
I prefer Articuno.
I also prefer Articuno, but as a typing, I think Zapdos is pretty solid.
That's true, because it's the only one that doesn't have a 4 turns weakness to rock.
It
When you have to go,
really is.
when you don't, like, especially when you have to go deal with Bruno, but to be fair, I wouldn't toss Zapdos into that fight either.
Yeah, that's true. I
'Cause
mean, like, it's
most-
just two Onix.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they're still basically immune to anything Zapdos can really throw at them.
Yeah. So you just need like a Vaporeon or
Yeah.
a Blastoise.
Yep.
And
Or
you're good.
in reality, just throw out an Alakazam. Just kill the Onyxes off.
That is also true.
Okay,
Alright,
moving
Gen
on.
2.
Yeah.
All right. We started with you, so I'll go this time.
Yuki?
My favorite for Gen 2 is Cyndaquil.
Mm-hmm.
I started with Cyndaquil when I played Heart Gold for the very first time. I still have him to this day. His name is Blaze in all caps.
Aw.
He's
So
currently
creative.
He's currently sitting in my Heart Gold. Not my Heart Gold, my Omega Ruby copy. I still have him to this day. He's a good lad.
Yo.
I love him.
I just love how uncreative we all are as, like, younger people, because I definitely named my Cyndaquil Blaze. Oh, man.
It's a good name.
It
Especially
is.
when you put it in all caps. So good.
Oh, so it's not just Blaze, it's Blaze!
Blaze! and when I found one in Legends Arceus, I evolved it into the fucking high Typhlosion. I named him Blazed.
Oh my god.
as a callback to my first
man.
buddy, and also because he's stoned out of his mind.
Damn. Speaking of which, this is entirely an Alex approved message. Because Alex also has Cyndaquil as his favorite, I believe.
Yes, Alex is definitely Cyndaquil.
Not only is it his favorite Gen 2, it's his favorite overall. I think. I don't actually know.
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah. Because he always chooses Cyndaquil whenever he plays anything where he has the option.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, yours?
All right. Here's the controversial pick here. My favorite is Chikorita. Deal with it.
You know, that's I think that's Aiden's favorite as well, so.
See, Aiden is based.
He is based.
Like, it sucks to be in this freaking game community and having to defend liking Chikorita. Because the number of people that are like, dude, Chikorita is just straight up not good.
The problem is that Chikorita suffers from the same problems that Charmander has, but everyone still praises Charmander for being good.
Like, Chikorita just doesn't have anywhere to shine.
Chikorita definitely shines a lot better in the Kanto section of the game, not so much the Johto section, but it doesn't mean that it's not good. Like, every starter has some area where they shine. Chikorita and by extension Meganium is good for screen setting. It's good for spores, poison,
it's meant
stun,
for
and
stall
sleep.
tactics.
It's meant for stall. Yeah, you put up your screens, you put up Leech Seed, you nom 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 nom.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a good stall mon.
I would say though, Chikorita won't shine as well as, like, say, Bulbasaur will.
Oh yeah.
Specifically because Bulbasaur does have the additional typing of poison. So at the very least, if for any reason you had to throw out Bulbasaur against the poison type. You know,
Bulbasaur definitely has that advantage.
yeah. Like I think that's actually kind of that's the only real weakness of any of the Johto starters is that they did not have secondary typing.
Yeah, I do think that we're in an age where starters should have secondary typings, which is kind of why it was really weird that they didn't give the Galar starters secondary typings.
I still think it was weird that we had Charizard and Venusaur both became dual types and Blastoise got left in the dust.
Yeah, Blastoise just kind of sat there and he was
But
like,
in Blastoise's defense, he's pure water and he's solid for it.
yeah.
And also, to be fair, Typhlosion and Feraligatr are epic.
They're also very, very good.
Now, also to be fair with Feraligatr though, is like he has incredible type coverage.
Yes.
His access to ice type moves, dark type
Yeah.
moves.
I have a shiny Croconaw on my shiny badge quest file, and the amount of coverage it gets early on is like astonishing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I hadn't really used Totodile before, like, cause every time I start up a Gen 2, I would always go with Cyndaquil, right? Cause that's my favorite. And so I'm using Totodile for the first time, and I'm like, damn, bitch, why you get so much coverage?
Sorry, I just had the most random like scene play out of my head. Is okay. Hey, I'm Star, about to play Gen 2. All right, I feel like playing Chikorita. Oh wait, my fingers slipped. I landed on Cyndaquil. Oh, there's Totodile. My fingers slipped again. I'm on Cyndaquil.
Actually, I have a
Oh,
Japanese cartridge that I'm gonna be hunting for Chikorita on. So,
hey, nice.
because I have a shiny Typhlosion on my original Heart Gold, the one that I got the shiny Latias on,
Mm-hmm.
and I got the shiny Totodile on my Soul Silver. So now I have to get the last one.
Nice.
I want all three of them. So we'll
I
see
think there
how well this
was.
goes.
I really don't think I have anything else to say about Chikorita because it was like it really was just like as much as people like say it's like okay worst starters like I get it does not have the greatest advantage in Johto and its move set isn't great especially in a game that really does kind of favor just being able to do as much damage as possible because in the end
Yeah.
that's what you want to do. Uh,
Yeah, definitely a Gen 1 and 2 problem is just deal damage.
yeah, but in the end
Not
it's like
really much
I
setup
will
potential.
I will still always like Chikorita because the anime made me really love Chikorita. I was
Oh,
like
yeah,
Bayleaf was my favorite.
I was gonna bring this up during the Gen 1 segment, but I completely forgot.
Ooh.
What really drove home my newfound love for Bulbasaur, because
Mm-hmm.
this is like a new thing, like a 5 to 10 year kind of new thing, right?
Okay.
I didn't always love Bulbasaur. I was a fucking Charmander scrub back when I was
Oh
younger.
damn.
What really turned it around for me was the manga, the Pokemon manga. Because if you didn't know, in Pokemon Adventures, Red gets a Bulbasaur
Oh yeah.
instead of a Charmander because Red in the manga is based.
Nah, he just watched all the best starter videos. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a rant about that later. The best
Oh
starter
man.
videos. I got so much shit I want to talk about them with.
Yeah, so Red has this Bulbasaur and its name is Soar
Doesn't he also
because
doesn't he also
because
have a Poliwhirl?
he does. Yeah, that was his first Pokemon actually. Was
Yay!
his Poliwag that saved him from drowning. Oh, dude, Pokemon Adventures is peak and you need to read
It's
it.
also
Ah.
brutal. It cut a Arbok in half.
Listen. The Arbok didn't actually die, all right?
Somehow I
It didn't, believe me, it didn't.
all right.
Um
I assumed getting cutting in half would equal death.
no, there was some reason, I can't remember. It's been a hot minute since I read
They just rushed to
Pokemon
the
Adventures.
Pokemon Center.
Yeah, they just rushed it. They just rushed their decapitated Arbok to the
I would believe it. I mean, technically, it's like a real
Um,
life snake's head can survive for several hours without their body, so
yes. That's why the way to humanely euthanize your snake is to crush its skull. There you go. There's
Yep.
Star's snake fact of the day.
This is actually true. Or I believe most teaching is like if you're from the countryest of country, is you chop off the head and you either throw that head somewhere because I don't know if this is
Nah,
true, but a snake
this
head can
is
reattach itself to its body if they're left too
I
close.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's true either, but this is just
Um,
apparently like,
this is why I said humanely, because
yeah.
you want to put them out of their misery as soon as possible. So
Some
you
people
just want
don't
to.
want to. Some people
Yeah,
just
I
don't
know,
want to do it. It's
because
weird.
some people don't like snakes. You fuckers.
The ooh,
Um,
this is
you-
a Viper King just popped in as we're talking about killing snakes.
no, we're not talking about killing them. We're talking about humanely euthanizing.
Okay, unaliving them.
Sure. You'll be happy to know that Chris in the manga had a chikorita
Yay!
because the chikorita just kept tracking her down, and it kept begging to join her team, and she was like no, and then I don't know. At one point, she was like, "You know what? Fine,
Oh
you
my
can
god.
join my team, little man."
Oh my god. The other the like I loved Ash's interaction with Bayleaf. I know so many people are like, "Oh my god, you like the fact that this Bayleaf had a crush on its owner? You're so weird." It was just funny to watch it tackle Ash all the time. That's really what I loved about it. It was funny.
Aw,
But I also just love the little chikorita that the Electabuzz fangirl had with its little sports headband.
yeah.
I'm like, Star, do you even
I
remember
think
this?
no, because I never watched the anime. Okay, I can't say never. I watched the first episode, the very first episode, and then I watched a couple of episodes in Diamond and Pearl, and that was it.
The sad thing is that I always misspell Chikorita.
I believe that Chris's team had like little accessories that they would all wear, and it's cute.
Okay,
It's
hold
good
on. I'm
shit.
just gonna pull myself over here real quick. Sorry, you're not appearing
I'm
for some reason.
I'm gone. I've
Star, get back
disappeared
here! Yeah,
into
you
the
have.
abyss. I'm gone
There you
now.
are. Oh, wait, you disappeared again.
Oh, hello. I'm
Okay,
so
there you are.
big. What the fuck?
Okay, reason I'm pulling over here is to show you the specific Chikorita that I'm talking about. I loved this thing.
All right.
He's just a little. Look at it.
Hold on, I'm really behind.
Okay.
Oh, he's got a little headband.
Yes, and it was so cute because every time the girl with the thing in her hand and the jacket would like cheer for the Electabuzz team, you would see this little Chikorita whip its little leaf thing back and forth and dance with her. I'm like, this thing was adorable.
So cute.
To me, Chikorita was like the most adorable one of the starters. And Totodile was the funniest because who doesn't remember little Totodile dancing?
A little guy.
Oh,
Again,
man.
I never watched the anime as a kid. I wasn't really interested in Ash like at all.
Who gives a shit about Ash?
Yeah, I know. I've seen a couple of episodes here and there, and then I've
Please
seen
tell
a
me you
couple
didn't watch
movies.
anything from the Black and White seasons.
I think I saw the first episode of that.
The first episode is pretty bad.
Yeah, where Pikachu got bonked by a Snivy. Yeah, I saw that one. And then I saw the first episode of X and Y, which had what was it, Mega Blaziken or Mega Lucario? I think it was Blaziken, right?
it was Mega Blaziken because that was also the Mega Garchomp.
Yeah, okay. And then I saw the Mega Evolution specials because they didn't have Ash in them.
Damn.
They had my boy Steven.
Oh, man.
God, Steven.
And the guy that would eventually kick Ash's ass in the
Yeah.
Pokemon League.
What, Elaine?
Yeah.
Alon? Something like that.
I just say Alan, honestly.
Yeah.
It's probably
the guy
not right.
With the, Greninja?
No, Ash has the Greninja. He has
Ash had the Greninja. He had the Charizard.
Charizard, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It does make you wonder, why didn't Ash bring his...
Why?
Ash's Charizard totally could have Mega Evolved.
Yeah, why didn't Ash win? Because he had the type advantage.
Because anime doesn't give a
Ash,
shit.
because Ash sucks. That's why. Um.
uh,
All right, Gen 3. Who's your favorite starter?
okay. I think it's kind of weird because it's like all three of the starters are very equally popular in my opinion. So it's like none of these are like base. They're all basic answers, no matter which one you pick. If you want me to be honest, at least like I hear good things about each of them. But I feel like Mudkip is mostly because of the meme. But my favorite is Trico.
Ooh,
Again,
interesting
a
pick.
lot of the anime colored my impression of Trico because I just remember Trico always hanging out in like the top of the tree with his little with a little twig in his mouth. It
Oh
was
yeah,
just a
with his little stick cigarette. Yeah,
yeah. He was just a cool dude.
he was just a cool guy.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm like, I love this Pokemon, and that kind of stayed. I would say, although Gen 2 is probably the first one where I'm like, oh, I love all three starters, but Chikorita remains the favorite. I would say Trico just remains my all-time favorite. I have gained an appreciation for the other ones,
Mm-hmm.
but Sceptile is just too much fun for me.
Yeah, I did like Sceptile a lot when I was younger. I thought he was really cool, and I thought Leaf Blade was like the coolest move ever. But
Mm-hmm.
as I got older, I realized that he's just not very good in Gen 3, which is a darn shame because he's such a cool mon.
Yep.
But I don't ever go through Gen 3 with Trico because he's just not very good. And
Here's
I've
what.
soloed the game with all three starters,
Yeah.
and Trico is the one I had the hardest time with.
Again,
Um,
I think it does come down to once again, singular typing. So he
yeah,
doesn't get a huge amount of coverage either.
yeah, he definitely had the short end of the stick compared to the other two.
Yeah, and it's weird because genuinely I think he had the most interesting design.
Mm-hmm.
I love the others' designs. Blaziken's more than Swampert's, but Trico's was just kind of the most interesting one because it had the freaking Christmas tree for a tail. I just
I
loved
mean,
that.
they did make up for it with Mega Sceptile by giving
Yes,
it the
they
dragon
gave him the
typing,
dragon typing, yeah.
which is really cool.
Once again though, 4 times weak to ice.
Yeah, well, I mean, Swampert is 4 times weak to grass, and Blaziken
Yeah.
gets bonked by ground. So I mean,
Yep. Well, I mean, that's just more due to fire typing.
yeah, like Blaziken is kind of frail. I think that's what Blaziken's biggest shortcoming is that
Yeah.
its stab types in Generation 3, like one of them was special, one of them was physical, but Blaziken itself is more physical oriented.
Yeah, so
Um,
you
so you
basically
would
would really
really,
only teach it fighting moves.
yes, you would really miss out if you taught it, like if you taught it a fire type move, which sucks because I kept Blaze Kick every time I play the game because it's a sick move,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then Sky Uppercut, Earthquake, Bulk Up. That's my set.
Yeah.
And it works really well, except the fact that Blaze Kick just doesn't hit as hard because it's a special move. So Blaziken really, I think Blaziken really benefited from the proper physical special split,
Yeah. But
whereas I
my,
guess Swampert too.
yeah. My commentary about the 4 times weak to ice, by the way, wasn't a commentary saying it's like, oh, I don't like it when a Pokemon is 4 times weak to something because it makes sense. You know, that's just what happens when you have this kind of typing system. It's just
Yeah.
that in the end, I know Mega didn't exist until, you know, whatever gen it came out in. But it just like, I will always think of Hoenn as that Gen 3 time period. And it's like, you look at anything that was dragon typing and it was 4 times weak to ice every single time. Or at least
Yeah,
the
it
vast
kind of
majority of the
was.
time.
I
Dragonite,
mean, yeah,
Salamence, Flygon.
yeah, yeah. The Lotties weren't. I think the Lotties are the only things in Gen 3 that are dragon that aren't 4 times
Yeah,
weak
because
to ice.
they're psychic. So,
Yeah. Damn,
and,
I didn't realize that, huh?
and it was why when I look at it and people are always like, man, dragon typing is so broken. I'm always looking at it, I'm like, It's no.
I mean, on paper it is because a lot of dragon types are fast and hit hard.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd need a fast, hard-hitting ice type to counter them, or something that's thick.
You need something. Honestly, you really just need something fast as an ice type move, with them being
That is
four
also true.
times.
That is also true, but sometimes, like especially if you haven't EV trained properly, right? Sometimes it just
Yeah.
won't kill.
I guess it's more of a competitive commentary than it is anything else.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I've had 4 times effective moves that aren't
Mm-hmm.
stab, just not kill,
Yeah.
and I'm like, well, why not? It's 4 times effective. Why aren't you dead?
Well,
you
were you
know?
using a special attacker?
Oh God.
That
So
I
especially in Gen 3, it's a bit of a problem. You slap
yeah.
a ice beam on something that's not really that special just because it
Yeah.
can learn it, and then you're like, well, why the fuck aren't you dead?
Yep.
Right? It gets easier in Gen 4 and onwards, but
Mm-hmm.
in Gens 1 through 3, it was definitely a problem.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think that's just a problem because of, we're coming back to Gens 1 through 3, having been spoiled by all of the new features that all of the new games have given us.
Yeah, like the buff of not actually having to use an ice type. Sorry, I remember that was a joke. Like the biggest buff ice types got is that they didn't have to be ice type anymore.
Yeah, for real.
Oh man. Well, I guess that means we move on to Gen 4, and I've already answered Turtwig.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't say mine. It was Torchic if you didn't know. Okay, Gen 4 is a hard one for me because I don't really like any of the starters.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I when I first started the game, I think I had Piplup, and then I played because I've replayed Gen 4 a bunch of times because
Yeah.
I had a completely legitimate copy on a completely legitimate cartridge that also had completely legitimate
You
games on
paid
it.
the $1,000 that it would take to get a physical copy?
No,
Damn.
when I was younger, my dad gave me and my siblings an R4, so it's just
Okay.
like an SD card that had a bunch of games on it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I had my actual cartridge, and then I had an R4, and I would just restart the copy on the R4 a lot.
Fair enough.
And that copy on the R4 is actually where I found my very first shiny.
Oh, your first shiny was on Gen 4?
Yeah, it was on Gen 4.
What was it?
It was a Chimchar.
Oh, did you specifically shiny hunt, or is it just like coincidence?
Dude, I was like 9. You think I knew what shiny hunting was?
I don't know.
So I got this shiny Chimchar as my starter, and it was like slightly different color and sparkles when it comes out into battle, and I was like, huh, that's kind of weird. So I went up to my older brother, and I was like,
Oh
hey,
God, is this
hey,
the?
why is this Chimchar sparkling when I throw it out into battle? And he goes, oh, because it's more powerful than the other Pokemons.
That.
And when I realized that it wasn't more powerful than the other Pokemons, I restarted the game.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's funny to hear that you, who became like this massive shiny hunter, deleted her first shiny.
Yeah. So
Oh
you
man.
go and boast about how you killed your first shiny. I dead ass restarted the entire game.
I feel like this story is different from what you've told me before, because I thought you said you started over because you wanted to beat the game legitimately.
No, that was a legit shiny.
No, I mean, like, what I mean is that you were like, oh, it's more powerful than the other ones, so you felt that it wasn't a legitimate run. But then I
No,
remember it's like, oh
I
wait, you
would
were
have
9, you would
definitely
not have cared.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have cared. I would have definitely kept playing if it was more powerful than the other Pokemons, but it
Uh,
wasn't. And I
that
was like, well, I want a different starter. So
I love I'm sorry to say this, but I love the excuse your brother gave you because it's so
he,
different from
it's
every other one that I've ever heard.
it's not even an excuse. He didn't know. We were both young and didn't know what a shiny was.
I just always hear stories on the internet where it's like older siblings who have played Pokemon are like, "Oh, that's cuz your game file is corrupted." Or
Yeah, he
that's because
probably
the
done
Pokemon
that.
is sick or something. Oh man, for anyone who wants to know, my first shiny was also in Gen 4. It was a Bidoof. I saw it. I did not really. I knew what shiny Pokemon were, but I didn't really understand how rare they were. I also don't care about how rare they are, to be honest. I know, I know. Hey, now at least if I see a shiny, I catch it.
Thank God.
I do it mostly so Star will not badger me because she will not let it go.
Ugh.
In any case, I killed the Bidoof because I was like, I already have a really good Bidoof. I don't need another.
Ugh.
Hey, my Bidoof was awesome. You leave Cheryl out of this.
So that's the story of my first shiny. It's terrible, I know.
No, that was funny as hell.
No. So I've definitely played through the game. Like I've definitely played through with this like all three starters
hmm
because I don't have a clear favorite. They're all just kind of meh to me.
That's fair.
But if I had to pick one over the other, it would I think the one I would pick the least is Piplup.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
I think Turtwig and Chimchar are kind of on par with each other, but the
Yeah.
one that I would pick the least is Piplup.
It's just like, okay, Infernape has the whole thing where it's like, okay, it's basically Sun Wukong, which, okay, inspired design choice,
Hmm.
but overall, pretty standard, honestly.
Like the problem then comes like the problem with picking my starter is that I have like different mons that I want to use, right? So if I
Yeah.
pick Torterra, then I can't use Roserade. If I pick Infernape, then I can't use Lucario, right? Like
hmm
because my dumbass needs to have type coverage.
Totally was not the person who had Empoleon and Gyarados on the same team.
Oh, good God. Well, the thing is nowadays at least, is I like to go into a game and use only Pokemon from that generation,
Yeah, that's
right?
fair.
So I'll go in and like if I pick Torterra, then I can't use Roserade, which sucks because I really like Roserade. And
Yeah.
if I pick Infernape, then I can't use Lucario. And who is the other one? Was there another one? I don't think there was another one.
I mean, was there a water type? I noticed that for Torterra you said Roserade, Infernape you can't use Lucario.
I mean,
So
my
Empoleon
go-to
would
my
be
go-to my go-to water type is usually just Floatzel.
okay. Well, then if you chose
Floatzel's
Empoleon, you couldn't choose Floatzel.
Yeah, well, I don't think Gen 4 has a lot of really good water types is the problem.
It really
Like
doesn't.
Gastrodon is good, but and Floatzel is really strong if you get Swift Swim going, but
hmm
and then Luminion is just there.
It feels like the best water types in Gen 4 are water types from other regions.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like there's not really anything you can do about. I guess. I mean, technically, I guess you could probably say it's like, oh well, what about Palkia?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna use Palkia to surf across the land.
Hey, why not?
I'm gonna surf on the land. To
Oh
surf
man.
across the sea. I'm gonna ride on the giant ass water dragon.
Like, and with Gashadon, the thing is that, and this is where I would say the same thing with Swampert is like, there's also another Pokemon that with the exact same type coverage. Like, okay, Gashadon, you can also get a Quagsire, I believe, in Gen 4,
Oh, that's true, you can. I
and
forgot about Wooper. Can you
in
also get Whiscash as well?
I don't.
I
No,
think you
actually.
can.
I just know
I think
that
that Barboach and Whiscash are part of the regional decks.
possibly? I don't know. I
Woohoo!
just know that Crasher Wake had a Quagsire. That's all I know.
That is. Oh, you're right. I completely forgot about that. Yeah.
And then in Gen 3, it's like that's Whiscash.
Yeah.
So it's
Gen
like
3 had 2 water ground types. They were really on a roll with that one.
yeah, so
Like everyone talks about the fire fighting starters. Nobody talks about the water ground types for 3 generations in a row.
was there one in Gen 5?
No, it was Quagsire for Gen
Oh,
2.
yeah, I keep
It
forgetting
was
Quagsire's Gen
Swampert
2.
and Whiscash for Gen 3, and then Gastrodon for Gen 4.
Damn.
Yeah, they really went ham on the water ground types.
Uh,
Like, I can see why, it's a baller ass typing, but like,
yeah. How about do we have a ground flying Pokemon?
Landorus, Gliscor.
Okay. Well, I mean, Gliscor is one that they added in Gen 4,
Yeah,
so
Gliscor is Gen 4, yeah.
yeah.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, if I'm gonna play Gen 4, I think I have to use a Staraptor. So, I mean,
Genuinely, I would just say the same. Everyone who's like, oh, Star Raptor, that's so basic. It's like, look, I'll go ahead and tell you my first team in Gen 4. I got no problems with it. Torterra, Floatzel, Rampardos, Beautifly. Hold on. Let me go back through the list because actually I think I messed up somewhere. Okay. I definitely had Torterra. I definitely had Star Raptor. I definitely had Lopunny. I had Beautifly, Rampardos, and I definitely had Luxray.
oh, yeah.
So, very basic pick Pokemon.
Yeah.
People are going to comment about, like, hold up, the Lopunny? You got something to say, Fox? And it's like, you know what? You mother fudgers on the internet,
Fox,
leave me the
Fox
frick
liked
alone.
Lopunny before it was sexual, all right?
Yes, thank you. Okay? Lopunny was cool because Baneri was such a cute Pokemon, and I liked rabbits as a kid. Rabbits were one of my favorite, like, animals. I always wanted a rabbit when I was a
Aw,
kid. I had a
that's
rabbit when I was a
cute.
kid, but it got eaten by a dog.
Oh, no.
So, yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what my first team was because I had a guy that my mom babysat. Like, he was like a preteen,
Yeah.
and he traded me a level 100 Torterra, a level 100 Rayquaza, level 80 Gengar, and a level 80 something Flygon, and I ran through the
Why?
game with those.
You how
and I still have 3 out of the 4 of them.
I was about to say, it's like, did you reset on that file? Because if you did, I feel so bad for the guy who traded you.
No, I still have 3 out of the 4 of them. I still have the Torterra, her name is Shelly. I
Okay.
still have the Gengar, and I have the Flygon.
I love how the Torterra is Shelly.
Isn't it adorable?
Yes. I
Um, the Rayquaza I traded to a buddy to borrow, and he never traded it back.
oh,
I'm not mad about it or anything.
okay.
I'm a little mad. Gen 5.
Okay, Gen 5. That was
Snivy, Oshawott, Tepig.
okay, well, I answered first for mine, I think. Honestly, we're just
Yeah.
kind of answering this randomly, so whoever wants to answer
Well, no,
first.
because last time, you didn't have to answer, so I went on a
Oh, yeah.
tangent.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Snivy.
Oh, base pick.
I absolutely love the grass snake, and you guys are gonna notice that grass types, for some reason, I've been choosing the grass type a lot each time.
Base pick.
Like
Because
what was it?
Snivy is also my favorite.
Yes. What is that? Like okay, so Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 4, now Gen 5. So I've chosen the grass type 4 times now.
I've chosen the grass type 2.5 times.
Yeah.
We're counting Gen 4 as a half. There we go.
Yeah, fair enough. Like,
Um,
I don't know. I just thought that the fact Snivy's whole thing is that it's just a snake. It's a big
it's
old
literally just a grass snake, and it's
yes.
awesome.
It's amazing, and I loved it. And people need to get off the whole thing. It's like I can't believe Snivy loses its limbs. It still has arms. It's just folded behind its back.
It's a regal grass snake. All right.
Yeah.
If you know me, if you've known me for like 5 seconds, you would know that I fucking love snakes. All right.
Yes.
I always have. Snakes have been an interest for me for a long time. So when Gen 5 came out and they introduced a fucking grass snake starter, I was like, that's the one. That's the bitch. I'm taking that one.
No,
And then I hated Gen 5.
so just to clarify for people, those are arms. Those are, in fact, its arms.
Yeah.
So
Little regal little bastard.
yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, it's just that pisses me off because everyone is always like, oh, I don't like Superior because it loses all of its limbs. It's like, it still has arms, people. And I feel
Yeah.
like it might be because, like, in the anime, they just have that flowing around, which I would not be surprised of. I don't know. Like, I was not a huge fan of Black and White as far as an anime goes. I love the game story,
Mhm.
but as an anime, I hated it because, look, I know Ash is an idiot, but at the end of the Sinnoh region, he was an incredibly good trainer that was taking on a dude who had a team full of legendaries. It took a team of legendaries to take him down. And now he comes back at this season and apparently doesn't know that he's supposed to weaken a Pokemon to catch it, or know that grass types are resistant to electricity, or just he doesn't know anything about being a Pokemon
And
trainer anymore.
that's
And
that's like one of my main complaints with the anime, and that's why I never really got into it, is because Ash's intelligence just resets every time he goes to a new region.
yeah,
What I loved about Pokemon Adventures is that every region you get a new set of protagonists,
yeah,
with like Gen 1 and Gen 2 being like a little bit interconnected, right? Like I'm pretty sure red, blue, uh green and yellow show up at the end of
his intelligence grows with his age.
like they show up a lot, and like especially during the first like 4 or 5 arcs, right? We
Hmm.
go red, blue, green is the first arc, and then yellow, and then gold, silver, crystal is bunched into one, ruby, sapphire, and then fire red and leaf green, and then emerald, and then and all of those arcs are like bunched together. They're an overarching story even if you don't even realize it, and that's really fucking good.
Awesome, man. Now I definitely have to
um
read these.
you should. Oh my god, Pokespy is so good. um
Although speaking of the Pokemon, like universe, I do want to clarify this for people. Gary and Blue are not the same characters.
they're not.
They really really aren't. Even though they do act similar and like they're kind of. Oh my god, I'm not gonna. You know what? Let's move on. Let's move on before I start having to talk about the time I was watching the Lily video, because that's
Yeah,
what
let's not.
that's what
Let's
that
not.
tirade was about to start.
Yeah, let's not.
Okay, so
Listen, that video gave me severe brain rot.
I legitimately quit that video at the 28-minute and 16-second mark.
Yeah, I watched the whole fucking thing.
Oh my god. I couldn't. I was just like, I am somebody who has complained about certain portions of the game where it's like, I say it's like, okay, I don't like this, but I don't straight up say that that makes the game bad.
Mhm.
Like, not to turn this over to Persona, like I've mentioned that there are parts of Persona that I don't necessarily like. Like I don't like, or I don't enjoy the social link aspect, and I've told you why, because sometimes I feel like we've got this list of side characters that I have no reason to go and bond with.
Mhm.
And I don't feel like being forced to do so, and that's what I felt like the social link really did. And it didn't make it to where these characters are introduced naturally or through any kind of story that I was interested in. And so I'm like, meh. And I get it, that's a
Mhm.
JRPG thing,
Yeah.
but it was something I didn't enjoy. Now, do I say that makes the system bad? No, because for people who understand the full aspect of JRPG and they love the exploration, they love going off doing side quests, they love interacting with every NPC they find, then that's great. Do it.
Do it.
But for me, that wasn't enjoyable, but I don't call it bad. I say, okay, I didn't like this. But overall, it's still an aspect of the game that literally makes me say Persona 5 Royal is easily a 7 or 8 out of 10 because it is genuinely good. And that's the 8
See,
out of
Fox,
10 is
it's
just my
because
personal enjoyment.
it's because you're not a narcissist who thinks that your opinion is the end all be all of opinions.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I guess back to Pokemon now.
Yeah.
We can save the
So
Persona
Snivy.
talk when I finally finish 4 and 3.
Yeah, actually, Shay Frillis Productions put out a video ranking the Persona 4 social links, and I was gonna send it to you, but there's some spoilers in there, and if you're gonna finish the game, then I guess I just won't do that.
Yeah, I started the game. I might be quitting the project, but I do want to finish the game.
Yeah.
Okay, we already agreed
Um,
Snivy is the best starter for
yeah,
Team
we
Fight.
definitely agreed that Snivy's is the best one.
Uh,
Um, I don't know. I've tried Tepig, I've tried Oshawott, and none of them really like clicked with me the same way that Superior did.
yep. I just
Um, I
Oshawott's
remember,
cool,
yeah,
but
I do like Hisuian Samurott. I wish that it had a
yeah,
little bit more design tweaks so it doesn't look almost identical to regular Samurott, you
isn't it
know?
just like darker with like a slightly different shaped horn with some purple highlights or something?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the whiskers are
Oh
like a
yeah.
different shape. It definitely could have like I don't know. It definitely could have been like a bit more interesting. I have the same complaints about Hisuian Typhlosion because like especially what they did with Decidueye, like Decidueye looks so much cooler. I mean, it doesn't look cooler than original Decidueye, but it looks cooler than the other two, which are
It
just
it
like I
really
don't know.
does because of how drastically different they made it. I
Yeah.
I remember seeing Hisui and Typhlosion, and I'm gonna be real with everybody. I almost did not realize that it was an alternate
Yeah.
because it just looks like Typhlosion.
And like if it doesn't have its flames out, like you really can't tell.
Yep, that is an issue. I also
And
don't like that they've done that with like the Cyndaquil line is like getting rid of the flames.
I mean they brought them back in Legends Arceus, right?
Oh,
Like
good,
during battle. If you send out your blazed Typhlosion during battle, it'll have its flames out.
good.
I'm not sure about Scarlet and Violet though. I don't recall because I don't think I have one. No, I do. I do. Do I? I don't
I don't
recall.
know.
I'm a little blazed right now.
But
But yeah, it's something that they're definitely working on, I think.
mhm.
Like I'm not gonna be like Game Freak's number one defender because they need to fucking shape up because their
Yep.
games suck. But
Pale.
I do think that it's something that they're trying to work on.
Yeah.
Um I'm of the opinion that Pokemon should have stayed 2D.
I miss the sprites.
I also miss the sprites. I think the sprites was like Black and White was definitely peak Pokemon, and
The
they haven't been able to hit that peak since.
Yep. I would say the thing that makes me miss the sprites the most is just like one, they were so like they were all animated to a degree that allowed
And
you
they
to
were
see the personality of the Pokemon.
yeah, they were so expressive despite being static sprites
Yeah,
most of the
now it's
time.
just like throw Pokemon in and it just lands with a thump.
Yeah, and it just stands there.
It's so boring.
Yeah.
And not only that, but the sprites they always felt like they were more vibrant in color. I've seen
Oh,
the 3D models
definitely.
and they feel so
The
desaturated.
yeah, the 3D models are 100% washed out,
Yeah,
and it
and
sucks balls, dude.
it really makes it to where it's like, okay, I like watching people play Pokemon, of course, but when the 3D models and stuff started coming out, I was like, I don't enjoy watching these as much as I used to because
Mhm.
the Pokemon feel a little better. Like now, it's like in order for me to enjoy it, I watch a lot of people who do like custom forms or something because I love seeing the
Mhm.
vibrant colors for those.
And I do custom shinies for a lot of Like, but then again, I'm working with sprites. I'm not working with models because I don't have something to work with models, but I still
Yeah.
make custom shinies, and I
That
still think
is,
that even if I could get them onto models, I could probably make them look good.
yeah. I've seen people do the custom 3D models, and it is insane
Mhm.
how much you have to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly something.
Hmm. One thing I never understood is like how like Team Subbit, like not only do they go in and do like custom forms, they also do custom move sets, and I'm just like, how are you doing all this? I
Yeah,
I
like
assume that's with like RPG Maker or something.
I don't know if you can edit game files like that in RPG Maker.
It's it's just insane to me. It's insane to me.
Yeah,
Like I would love.
you definitely need something for editing 3D models like Blender maybe, but
Uh,
I
I
don't
don't
know how
know.
they edit the game files like for inputting new moves and stuff. I'm not very well versed into the 3DS hacking scene
Yeah.
or the Switch.
Hmm.
I've done extensive research on ROM hacking for uh
Reasons.
Gen 3 games and a little bit for Gen 4 games.
Yeah.
But not really that well versed into the Gen 6 and up ROM
I mean, Team
hacking.
Subbit did do a lot of stuff for Gen 3 and 4 as well.
Oh yeah, definitely, because
I
it's a lot easier. Like
Yeah.
Gen 3 is definitely the most documented game.
I think I'm still in their Discord server. I have not like I
I'm
always
also still in their Discord.
yeah, I'm always like, "Oh, well, I want to try some of these out," but then I never go and do it cuz I'm always like,
I tried their platinum custom shiny one.
ooh, that sounds like fun."
It was, yeah, they had a lot of cool custom shinies in there. Cause like I'm always looking to play games with custom shinies so I can get inspiration for my own.
Yeah.
And I think one of theirs, like I was playing through it and I was just looking for every shiny on every route because, it's what I do. Either that
Yep.
or I was like getting one shiny per route, something like that. And
Yep.
I found a Mon, and the shiny for that Mon was so similar to the shiny that I made for that Mon, and I was like, what the fuck? I
The
had to like
collective
open it up.
subconscious.
I had to like open it up in my files and I was like, huh, it really is similar.
Damn.
It was
Star is secretly a
insane.
Team Subbit member.
I am, yeah. I'm not.
Yeah, if you were, you would be getting paid.
I would be, yeah.
At least I'm like I know they do put out like some files where they're just like, "Oh yeah, you can have this for free," but I'm pretty sure they get paid like by content creators to specifically make ROM hacks or something. I don't actually know.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, just to clarify, I have oh man, I feel so bad for mentioning all this cuz it's like I think they can get in trouble for that.
Oh, just cut it out of the VOD then,
Yeah.
or the edited portion
Yeah.
for YouTube.
Yeah. Might also take this down from the Twitch channel. So, moving on from that uncomfortable
So,
discussion that was edited out.
all right, Gen 6. Okay, I'll go
This
first
is gonna
because you
sound
went first
stupid,
last
but
time.
which one was? Oh wait, that's the Alolan.
No,
Ah,
that's
good.
Kalos.
Oh, Kalos. Oh, this one's easy.
Kalos is Gen 6, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. I usually go with Fennekin, but Froakie is a close
I'm
second.
not gonna lie. I was hoping you would say Froakie, so I could say basic bitch.
Nah, I only ever choose Froakie when I'm doing Mono Dark, if I'm being honest.
That's fair.
Um,
The anime makes Greninja seem so much cooler than he actually is.
yeah, Greninja kind of bad, not gonna lie. I mean, says the girl who just swept Pokerogue with a Battle Bond Greninja, but that's because A, it was Battle Bond, and B, it had custom moves. So I
Yeah.
mean, Greninja's normal moveset kind of ass.
Damn. Okay, I'm gonna go with and I don't think people were expecting this answer. Chespin.
What? No way.
Yeah, I like Chespin.
Chespin's kind of cool.
The funny thing is that I used to be on the Froakie train, but then I wasn't able to play the games for a long time after they had come out. But then I bought
Mm-hmm.
myself a 2DS and I did a couple of Nuzlocke runs. Oh my god. In any case, I tried all three starters out to figure out which one I liked the most. And while it was fun using Froakie and Finnegan, I started using Chespin. I'm like, I love this Pokemon. I love using this one. This is the one I'm having the most fun using at any time.
Chespin's a pretty cool guy. He definitely has that like Meganium vibe, and in that he's like kind of a staller.
Yeah.
'Cause he gets like spiky shield and
But at
stuff.
least he can actually like focus on doing damage if you need him to.
That is true. He can also fight back. He's like what, grass fighting?
Yeah.
Yeah, grass fighting is pretty good. I do like me some Breloom.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like me some Hisuian Decadui.
Oh man, that is how is his name pronounced? I say Decidueye.
It is technically Decidueye, but Fig got it in my head that it can also be pronounced Decadui.
How? How?
You'll have to ask him on that one. I don't remember.
Like I would believe that people would say Decadui. I've heard other people besides you say Decadui.
That's so good.
I'm just sitting there, it's like, I could believe both of these. So I need Pokemon to tell me the official translation. I think it is Decidueye in the anime, isn't it?
I think
But
so. Again, I've never watched the anime, so
but
I can't tell you.
the thing about it is though is that the anime doesn't necessarily have the correct pronunciation either.
Yeah, that's true. I'm looking at you, Regice.
You mean Regice?
Shut the fuck up.
I mean I don't know. Like, do they ever say Regice or Regice?
They do. They say Regice in the Lucario movie.
It
I would know because I've seen it more than once.
It technically makes sense, but that sounds so weird because it is spelled Regis or CE, and I definitely say Regice.
Yeah, I say Regice because that's how it's spelled.
Like, are we trying to say there's an invisible eye or something?
There's 2 eyes in Regice.
Regice. Honestly, I feel like if I saw that double I, I would just say Regice.
No, if I saw the 2 eyes, I'd go Regice.
I would need a hyphenation. Regice.
Yeah, that is also true. A hyphenation could work.
Yep. And then it's just
but yeah, I like Fennekin because Fox.
fair enough.
Firefox.
I'm ready for BB to say, "Oh, Fraud Gaming does not like the Fox Pokemon."
Yeah.
I didn't say I didn't like it. In fact, Finnegan is easily my second favorite.
Fennekin is pretty based.
Just has those big
People
old.
give it a lot of flack because Delphox's design is kind of mid, but like I kind of like it.
It's a wizard. What are you people expecting?
It's a wizard.
Like overall, these are still like basically animals and shit that are being modeled after something. And it's like what did they expect them to do when they're like, okay, we need to somehow turn this fox Pokemon into a wizard?
I don't know, man. I do think that sprites definitely do the design a lot more justice than the 3D models do. That's because I spend more time looking at sprites of Gen 6 and up Pokemon than I do looking at models.
Yeah, because again, they also they put more life into it. They give it really fun animations, and then they also put higher vibrancy on the colors. It's so good.
I like looking at like different people's takes on different Pokemon too, because like they can definitely give them like different facial expressions, different poses, stuff like that. I do definitely like it when they have dynamic poses.
Yeah.
Gives the sprites more life.
Hold on, what was Finnegan Delphox's typing?
Fire Psychic. Yeah.
So I get it. Fire Psychic. But it still also just kind of feels weird to me that because I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh, so this is like a Fire Fox which wizard Pokemon. I remember seeing that and immediately thinking, is this not Fire Fairy? Because it feels like it should be, because wizards are a
It
part of
definitely should be.
fairy tales or stuff like that.
I do
Not your
think,
least favorite anime, by the way, just like
yeah, I know,
traditional fairy
I know,
tales.
I got it. I
So it
do
just,
think it definitely could have benefited, but then it would have been super effective against both other starters.
oh yeah, that's true.
And then they just did that anyways with Meowscarada. So I mean,
Yeah,
like, who's really winning here?
I don't know. I just,
um,
especially considering it was the generation where fairy types were first introduced, I think it would have been cool to start out with a fairy type.
yeah, I also I agree with that. Yeah, I definitely think that Gen 6 suffered a lot because we didn't get a fairy type starter.
Mm-hmm.
We barely got any new. I can't say we barely got any new fairy types. We got Flabebe line,
Yeah.
Spritzy, and Slurpuff, and Sylveon,
Mm-hmm.
Dedenne.
Still waiting on that
Uh,
dragon type evolution, Game Freak.
Me too.
It's never gonna happen though.
Um, uh, yeah, and then they just gave fairy type to a lot of old mons.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, and Xerneas. Before anyone comes at me and says, "You forget Xerneas," I did not forget Xerneas.
I forgot Xerneas.
Fox forgot Xerneas, but I didn't.
I was just making a joke. I mean, like, I physically I literally forgot who Xerneas was for a second. I was like, huh? Who's that?
The
And then
fucking box legendary. Forgot Xernie ass.
yeah,
Yeah, I
I
did.
was more of a fan of Yveltal, if you want me to be
Yveltal
honest.
is really cool.
I just like his design.
I really love Yveltal.
And I was like,
Mm,
and then there was Zygarde, who didn't even get a game.
yeah, poor Zygarde didn't get shit.
I mean, now he's potentially getting some.
No, he did get shit in fucking the generation afterwards.
Oh yeah,
He was
that's
like kind of in Sun and Moon.
kind of.
Kind of. All
Speaking of
right,
Sun and Moon, what's
yeah,
our favorite
before
starters there?
before we get to Sun and Moon, I'm gonna take a
Uh-oh.
quick bathroom break. All right,
Okay.
so I'll be right back.
Bum. Fox is silent. Yo, my mic couldn't pick up anything right there. It was like silent. It just dropped out of nowhere. I guess that was the noise gate. In any case. Honestly, I did not expect us to be in a discussion of just like talking about who our favorite starters are for this long. We've been we've been live for like 2 hours and we're still just talking about favorite starters. I think we thought this topic would move faster or something. But it's like Pokemon is such a big and broad topic that there is so much that you can talk about, and there's so much that we're probably like we're worried about talking about it because it's like it could be something we're really passionate about, but we feel like would take up so much time. And it's just like starters specifically are this thing that they're kind of the I know that box art legendaries are really the face of every Pokemon game, but your starter is your first Pokemon. It's the one you're going to bond with over your journey unless you're a complete and total monster who says, "I never want to use my starter, so I'm just going to toss them in a box and never use them." You give them the early game bug Pokemon treatment. In any case, my point being is that it says a lot about people, like what their starters are, what their favorite starters are. And so it is a really big discussion, in my opinion. So it's not a surprise that we've taken like 2 hours just to go over this. And I can't wait for how I'm going to approach the next topic, because in the end, it's like, it's not really a topic, but it is something I kind of want to rant a little bit about. If in the end, nobody minds, but I am going to bring it up. It's kind of a pet peeve topic about something that I've seen in the Pokemon community. And I really could have jumped in to talk about it at any other time, and I just didn't. Do-do-do-do. But yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna, while Star is doing this, I'm just gonna go ahead and make sure and check my messages. Make sure I don't have anything important. Ooh, there's a fanfiction update. Anybody else ever get that vibe where it's like, you subscribe to a fanfic and you check your email, you notice there's an update, and you're just sitting there and you're like, which fanfic is this? I don't recognize the title. And then I'm like, well, in that case, Fox, if you don't remember the title, go check out the synopsis, because maybe that'll jog your memory. I look at the synopsis and I say, nope, I still do not remember what this fanfic is. I'm sure it must have been something that I enjoyed. It's definitely something I must have enjoyed, but I cannot, for the life of me, remember what it was. Which is funny, in my opinion. I just have bad memory. I have the memory of a goldfish, in my opinion. And that might honestly be just kind of insulting to goldfish, if you want me to be real. I don't know how else to, I don't really know how else to describe it, really. You forgot Xerneas. Bum, bum, bum. Is Xerneas actually, like, bad by any regard? I don't know.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
Alright, sorry about that. It's so fucking hot in here.
It definitely is over here. I don't even
It's
know.
actually just really humid in my room.
Ah, that makes sense.
And I have the door closed, so I'm not bothering my mom.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, we're at 97 and we'll feel like 107. I know, like, earlier today they said it was going to feel as high as 116 today. For those who are not from America, that is, just realize that any number I just said puts us at higher than 42 degrees Celsius.
Ew.
Apparently, I had to say, 42 degrees Celsius or higher, because apparently saying that the temperature is above 100 doesn't just tell you it's really hot.
Yeah, for us it's 28 or 82.4.
Yeah, I think when I did the math, that was like, what, anywhere from like 77 to just 90,
Yeah,
which I'm like, I would love that right now.
it's hot.
To me, that's like my fall.
It's hot.
Yeah. This is why when Star says, I'm gonna come down there and punch you in the face, I'm like, try it. You will melt faster than the Wicked Witch of the West in The Wizard of Oz.
I'm already melting.
You would, if you're melting just from 90 or so, you will not make it in 107. Because in our summer, 90 is like, 90 is our low.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. In any case, we're here to talk about tropical season with the Sun and Moon Pokemon. I'm gonna be real. I never played a OG Sun and Moon. I only played Ultra Sun and Moon.
Well, you're not really missing much.
There's not really much of a difference. I think it's like, what, Ultra just has the Ultra Beasts or something? Or at least the vast...
No, Ultra Beasts are in the original games. Ultra Sun and Moon has more of a storyline focused on Necrozma.
Okay. Well, that's mostly what I meant, is like plotline for
Yeah.
the Ultra Beasts and stuff, rather than just them being...
It's like the third version, but split into two games, because fuck you.
It was weird, though. Why not just make a third one and call it Pokemon Eclipse?
Oh, that sounds way better.
There's probably a fan made game with that title, and they were just like, oh, well, we can't copy that or we'll get sued.
I mean, is it? I guess it is, isn't it?
Technically, yes. Even if there was a ROM hack game called Pokemon Eclipse, and Game Freak owns the rights to Pokemon, the fact is they can't officially call it Pokemon Eclipse if someone else does it first.
I mean, they could just order a takedown and then do it anyways.
I mean, they kind of can, but in the end, it's like, people would recognize the title and it would be like the IP is theirs, but the idea is not. So over that, they could still be like in like a legality trouble.
Hmm.
It's really weird, but it's kind of the same reason why some like even though they own the idea of Pokemon, and it's like somebody designs a Pokemon and they say this is a Pokemon, they can't they really can't knock as similar a design as possible with that because of exactly that reason.
Hmm.
Which is why it's always funny when people do like redesigns of stuff and they're like, "Oh, this is how you make it better." So why doesn't Game Freak do this and even say, "Hey, Game Freak, you can take my design or something"? They don't do it because they would face legal issue.
Yeah.
It's also like I won't get into the broad subject of why I think that's funny, and we'll just move on to explaining our favorite Pokemon in Sun and Moon.
Yeah.
I think choosing a Sun and Moon starter for me is a little bit harder because I've only played using two of them, and that is Rowlet and Litten.
Hmm.
Because I bought the game and I was going to do what I did for X and Y, but I never got around to using Poplio. That's why when I was trying to do the Shiny Lock, I was like, I'm going to use Poplio.
Yeah. I've used all three. Um, and it's like it's a shocking, it's shocking when I've used all three.
Mm-hmm.
um, I when Sun and Moon was first coming out, I was on the Litten train all the way, and I used it, and I didn't quite like Incineroar's design. Like it's fine now, but back then I was like, why did you do this to my cat? And then I did that on Moon. I had Litten, and then on my
Wait,
Sun
hold on. I have to
version,
ask a question.
mm,
Did you name the cat Kiwi?
yes, my first Litten's name was Kiwi.
Kiwi, the big, buff, wrestling cat.
Yeah,
I can see
and
that.
then when it fully evolved, I was gonna rename it to Kiwinator.
Oh, man.
Um, and then I did the worst thing I could have ever done, and in my Sun version, I soft reset for a shiny Rowlet,
Okay.
and it took me 3 months. It was
Ooh.
awful. And then I got it, and I
Well,
loved
that's
him.
good, right?
Yeah, it was. He's so beautiful. I fucking love shiny Decidueye, man. Oh, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I used those two when Sun and Moon came out, and then when Ultra Sun and Moon came out, I used Poplio. And I really, really like Primarina. It's not my favorite. You'll know who my favorite is when I talk about who I got on Ultra Moon
Okay.
or Ultra Sun. It was Ultra Sun. Ultra Moon was Primarina, and then Ultra Sun because for whatever reason I like to shiny hunt on my Sun games.
Hold on a second.
um, yeah, no worries. Hi chat, it is I, the Frenchiest fry. Is really hot in my room.
I will never understand why it is that people are like, I'm gonna take this phone call into the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't get it why people talk on the phone in the bathroom.
I don't. It's like I would never be able to do that because it's like, look, I'm doing my business. I ain't got time to
Yeah,
talk.
like honestly, like why you want to talk to someone while you're trying to pee?
Why would you want to
So
talk to
gross.
someone while they are trying to use the bathroom? Is the better question. Like, I don't want to be on the phone listening to somebody like grunting while they're taking a two.
My
Uh,
mom's done that before, Viper King. My mom would take the phone into the bathroom with her all the time, and I'm like, but for why?
my
For
housemates
what
do it, and then it's
reasons?
like that's why I had to stop. Is because they were having such a loud conversation. I wasn't sure if it was getting picked up on the mic.
Yeah, I could definitely hear some voices.
Yeah, so I was like, I was having to take a moment, mute myself, and tell them, "Hey, you're getting picked up by the mic. Can you be quiet, or at least like quiet down?"
A friend called me a few times in the shower, but I tell him I'm in the shower. My dad has called me while I was in the shower before, but I just ignore it and then call him back when I'm done.
Yeah. So back to you explaining your favorite starter for Sun and Moon.
All right. So at that point, I had used all three starters. So when I started up my Ultra Sun game, I was like, okay, this is it. This is the one that's gonna decide which one's my favorite. And you know which one it was?
Which one?
It was me shiny hunting for Rowlet again. So I have shiny
uh,
hunted for Rowlet on both games, and you know what? I still love him.
fair enough.
Shiny Decidueye, top tier shiny. And
Mm-hmm.
Decidueye, favorite Alola starter. He's awesome.
I'm sorry, I was reading
So
what Viper King was saying. Sorry.
so while I do like all three of them, I have really grown to like Incineroar after my reborn mono dark run because I started with a Litten,
Yeah,
and he was pretty solid. But like I don't know, I Decidueye is definitely my favorite. I think Poplio is second, and Litten is third. But like they're very close together. Like there isn't like a very large gap between them. Like I love all three of them. And I think Sun and Moon has is like the first generation where I love all three starters almost equally
that is extremely fair.
because they're all just so good. Their type combos are good, their signature moves are good, their designs are great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, they cooked with Sun and Moon. Okay, like not a lot of people like Generation 7, but Generation 7 is my third favorite generation. It has some of the best designs. Like, it has so many of my favorite Pokemon in there. Like, holy shit. Gen 7 was just like so good when it came to like new Pokemon.
Yeah, I love because that's when we start getting regional variants, right?
Oh yeah.
I remember just like I remember just loving seeing those Pokemon because it was like a lot of times it was like old Pokemon that I really loved. So seeing them just come back in a new
Ololipix?
form. Oh my god,
Ololipix is peak.
yes. It was just
Ololipix is
so
peak
good.
design. Oh my god.
I'm so mad to realize that if I wanted an Alolan Vulpix, it's so late game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's also unfortunate that it's Sun exclusive. But it just means that both times that I played with
You gotta be
Rowlet,
kidding me. It's Sun exclusive? But I
yeah,
wanna play Moon.
yeah, Moon has Sandshrew,
I
unfortunately.
mean, I like Sandshrew, but I like Vulpix better.
Yeah, I know. I was a little bit miffed, but it just means that because I picked Rowlet on both of my Sun copies, it means that I was able to use Vulpix on both of my Sun copies.
That's fair. Me, who like
I
randomly says, "Okay, I'm gonna go play Ultra Moon," and just for some reason, I'm just starting the game with a Alolan Vulpix for no reason. It's like, oh, it's just there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, yeah, don't worry about that.
You see,
Um,
there's a secret event where you get where you get to start the game with two Pokemon.
yeah, so my Ultra Sun was like a Dream Team quest file that I did. So
Mm-hmm.
I had So I had they were all shinies. I had Decidueye, I had Lycanroc Dusk form.
Ooh.
Yeah. I had Salazzle. I
Mm-hmm.
had Alola Tails. Who are the last two? I know I had a Zoroark because I was look yeah, I got an Alolan Meowth while looking for a Zorua
Mm-hmm.
because I was silly and did random encounters. Who was my last teammate? Golisopod. There we go.
Ah.
Fucking baller ass team I had. I love that team. I was gonna I'm gonna bench the Zoroark for Silvally to finish out the dream team.
Not the Zoroark.
The Zoroark was literally only there for the fucking Necrozma fight. Like, holy shit. You don't know true pain until you go into that Ultra Necrozma fight, alright?
Oh man.
It's terrible. It's god awful.
Fair.
Holy moly.
I guess. All right. So I've talked about this like while playing Ultra Sun or sorry Ultra Moon really. Um, I have only used two of the starters. That
Mhm.
is Litten and Rowlet. That does not mean I haven't experienced using Poplio because I did get to use it during a couple of runs of Reborn.
Yeah.
But the thing to state there is that it's very different playing these Pokemon in their traditional games and then a fan made game. Very different.
Yeah, and then Reborn, which just kicks your ass no matter what you do.
Yeah. But when I talk about comfortability, and that is the big thing I look at when I'm trying to decide my favorite Pokemon. Now, in terms of design, I agree with you. I think each of the starters is really good. I do remember like my only thing against Litten is that it's like, dude, come on, Fire Dark, but you made him a wrestler. This was clearly meant to be a
Yeah.
firefighting type that you just
I
threw.
mean I mean, I'm not complaining about Fire Dark. I'm always down for more dark type
I'm
starters.
not complaining about it. It's just that they literally, it was obviously modeled to be fighting type. And
Mhm.
if people want to say it's like, well, no, it's based on wrestling, and wrestling is kind of trickery and deceitful, and it's like it's also a type of fighting. It's like I get it, I get where we're going with this, but I would not be surprised to talk to someone from Game Freak and they say, oh yeah, Incineroar was originally meant to be firefighting, but we had so many people like that were threatening our lives to make it something else that we went with Fire Dark.
I don't think they would say anything like that cuz like it's not like they listen to their western audience at all, right? Cuz they're a Japanese company.
I think there were also plenty of Japanese fans that had a problem with it. I don't know.
Well, there may have been, but cuz I'm a western person, I only see the
Yeah.
complaints from the western side of things.
I don't see
So,
the problem with firefighting. I get that we had it like quite a while, but it's because it's a good typing.
it's a very good typing.
So it's just like in the end, if we had another firefighting, I would not be upset.
I just wish it had a better shiny. I don't like Incineroar shiny too much.
Oh my god, Incineroar shiny is so bad.
It's kind of ugly.
The Stark white is what gets
Yeah.
me.
Like it's wild because Litten and Torracat look great, and then you get to Incineroar, and I think it's just the gray chest that does it for me.
I'm over here looking up Incineroar, and then I'm gonna type in shiny so I can give my commentary and tell and show people exactly what I
Yes, of
really hate
course. Not
about it.
everyone knows what every shiny looks like off the top of their head.
I mean, I know what it looks like off the top of my head,
I see, I see.
but I'm just saying, like, it's just
Ugh.
I don't know what they could have done to make this any better.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something. I definitely think it's the gray chest, but I don't like it at all.
I'm gonna say I think I would have probably liked it better if like maybe they had recolored these white parts to being red and the red parts that exist now to being white. Maybe.
I could definitely try that.
like I'm sure people would be like, it wouldn't look that much different. It's like you'd be surprised how color placement actually does matter. Like sometimes it is just where you put the colors that is weird.
And again, I just think it's the chest, the fact that the chest didn't change color that does it for me.
Yeah. I don't know if I would have liked it they made that white too.
Maybe like a deep red.
Maybe?
I don't know, man. Something about this shiny just doesn't do it for me.
It really does. It's just I'm gonna be real with you. Like I've seen your shiny, your custom shiny on Reborn, and that looks good.
Oh,
I,
thanks.
I wish I could pull it up.
Oh, I can send it to you real quick.
Okay, yeah, do that so I can pull it up. But it's just like this one. I cannot think of a Wait, hold on. Actually,
It's what,
okay.
725?
Here's somebody who did this on like DeviantArt, and I think that looks pretty cool. They gave it the white chest, but they made the arms like completely red.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Okay, let me see. Let me zoom into that because that'd be tiny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so my line is gold and black with green accents that I stole from Shani Latias, but don't tell anyone that.
Well, you just did. Okay, hold on. I wish I could do this as a comparative image.
And also, I really like that sprite
Okay.
because the original sprite in Reborn had it in that pose where it had like one hand out. You see, like that one.
Yeah. Okay. I do notice one thing that you did, and I think that was a very good decision. Is that you kept the gray chest, but you also kept the black stripe.
Yeah,
And I do think that is
yeah,
also something that is really weird looking on the current Incineroar is the white stripe.
yeah. You see the first image there, the model.
Yeah.
That's what the reborn sprite looks like, and I found the one where I put my custom shiny on. I really like that sprite a lot better.
Yeah.
It's much like a much more interesting pose, and it brings out more of Incineroar's personality.
Yeah. I can probably hold on. I'm gonna go see if I can find the file for that. Okay. I mean, I can, but it's like not what I was looking for.
Mm.
I was looking in my personal files because
Oh, were
I
you looking for you were looking for the sprite?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
that's the one.
here's this on Reddit. I was trying to
Yeah.
avoid like pulling that up because these are always gonna get distorted when I like zoom in.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that was
honestly,
the
as a
sprite.
sprite, that looks better.
Yeah, right?
That looks a lot better as a sprite than it does in its model form.
So that's the original sprite that Reborn had, but I changed to the
Yeah.
other one because I just liked how it looked a lot better.
Mm-hmm. That
'Cause,
makes
like,
sense.
imagine you're going face to face with this cat and you're like, "Eh," and then you're going face to face with this cat and you're like, "Holy shit, this thing's about to beat the shit out of me."
Your cat looks more muscular.
Yeah.
Like you see how thin the arms get.
Yeah, especially, like, at the wrist. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say like overall, the color pattern is more appealing with the black and yellow compared to the red and white. I
Mhm.
like the keeping the of the chest stripe because I don't know. I think the white stripe on the chest just feels weird. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that shiny.
I don't know. And I'm over here and I'm sitting and it's like it's weird because like in my head I can see what OG Incineroar looks like. Okay.
Oh god, look at him, he's squaring up. He's
Yeah, he is. He is squaring up.
squaring up.
But I'm just like I'm looking at these. I'm just like, hold on. I need to open up another window because there is something bugging me as I'm looking at this, and I'm like, what is going on? Okay. So the main thing to take note of is I think genuinely, yeah, okay. So I think genuinely what I see as the main problem here is that they should have focused on changing the parts of the body that feel more like the aesthetic part,
Mhm.
which is like, okay, that would be the reds. Because that's basically what you did is you
Yeah.
changed out the reds instead of the black because the reds feel more like, okay, this is the decorative part of him. The
Yeah.
blacks feel more like the body part, which isn't entirely accurate, but basically speaking,
Yeah. So for the original shiny, for Litten, they changed the black part, which is like the top of the cat, to white.
yeah.
Whereas where I changed the red part to yellow and kept black the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because like white is an interesting shade, tint. What is it again? It's an
Well,
interesting color.
I mean, shade and tint is only like shade is when you add black, and tint is when you add white.
Okay. It's an interesting color.
Yeah.
Um, I'm edgy, so of course I like to have black shinies, but
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing wrong with a white shiny, especially if it's coming from a dark colored mon already.
Yeah. I feel like it looked fine with Litten and Toracat, but for some
It
reason
it definitely did,
it
but I
did
think
not look good on
Incineroar,
Sin and Roar.
yeah, Incineroar is
But the other thing that and maybe this is just me making things up for myself here is that it also feels like they kind of changed the shade of reds between the shiny.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
And it's like on that note, it did match well. Like Torracat over here is more orange than anything. It is more of an orange instead of just a red. But it just did not end up working well with Incineroar for some reason. And I could probably agree. It's probably the gray chest. Like maybe they could have darkened that, maybe, but I don't know if making it black would have been any better.
Mhm.
I think genuinely the best thing to have done was to leave that area alone, to better differentiate it. And honestly, if they had kept the black parts of Incineroar the same and then changed out the red coloration, that probably would that like using your shiny as the example here, that definitely would have looked better.
Mhm.
But I guess I can understand that because I think by this point in time, they've really been into the idea of I don't know if they are actually like putting human hands behind the shinies because I know before they were just doing like palette swaps and stuff.
Yeah, I do think that once we got models that they started doing it by hand.
Yeah. So it's hard to say if like maybe someone's like, "Oh, this design is great," but I could never get behind Incineroar's shiny,
Mhm.
which I will say, because we were still discussing my favorite starter, and I still haven't answered the question. I don't think because I was trying to talk about like how I went about selecting my favorite starter. And it's like I tried each of them. Poplio just straight up doesn't feel comfortable to play, in my personal opinion,
Mhm.
because you kind of have this weird mix, and I don't know if this was just a reborn thing, but you had this weird mix of like, okay, you had early access to stab water,
Mhm.
but that was normal at the time, and that's fine. But then you also eventually got access to fairy typing, but this is also pre it being fairy in the first place, because I believe it doesn't get fairy typing until its final evolution.
Yeah. I mean, it's this kind of the same for all of them. Um I believe Rowlet gets access to Ominous Wind, and Litten
Yeah,
obviously gets access to Bite. So
yeah,
it's just kind of a teaser for their final evolution, I guess,
yeah.
by
I
giving their
just
stab early.
yeah. And then it was like I think the next move I remember having for Poplio was like Icy Wind or something. This
Mm-hmm.
was, of course, while playing Reborn, so I don't know how much of it was customized
Oh,
or anything.
none of it is custom.
Okay, then I just have to say, based on that experience, even though I understand Reborn is very different from playing Ultra Moon, but it still gives me the impression of the Pokemon. I did not feel very comfortable with Poplio. That
Well, you
it
also didn't get very far.
Okay, that this is true. I can't deny that. But it, just in the end, I don't know. I just didn't have a fun time with it, and
And that's totally fair.
yeah, it's like if I'm not enjoying playing with the Pokemon, that's definitely when I'm gonna change. Whereas like I remember, like I said in X and Y, I said I didn't like Chespin design wise,
Mhm.
but I started using it for the Nuzlocke, and the playstyle was more fitting for me, and I
Yeah.
absolutely loved using it. So that became the big thing. So between the three starters, I don't really have much of a story for Rowlet because it felt like my experience was more middling, basically. It was like, it was fine. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like exciting or great.
Mhm.
Between the three starters, Litten was the one that I had the most fun using.
Mhm.
So Litten is the one I'm choosing for my favorite.
Okay. And like, yeah, I could totally see that. Like for me, Incineroar is just another physical fire type. And if I'm gonna use a physical fire type, then I'm gonna like if I have access to Blaziken, I'll use Blaziken, right?
Basic.
Um basic bitch, right?
Nothing
Um
wrong with being basic. Sometimes you know what? It's just another way of saying based.
yeah.
I mean, not always,
And
but in this case,
and in terms of dark type, there's plenty of physical dark types out there. And like I don't think it gets a lot of coverage, right? Like I know it gets double
yeah.
kick. I
Yep.
know it gets outrage. Uh that's about it. That's all I remember. But I do know that my Incineroar did carry me pretty hard, like pretty far in my Reborn Mono Dark. I
yeah.
didn't take him through the Elite Four. I ended up going for a Houndoom that I gave Destiny Bond just in case.
I mean, in the end, it's like if like that. I think in the end that Houndoom is probably going to end up being what somewhat better just because of access to Mega Evolution.
Yeah, what did I have for my Mega? What
Oh
was
wait, no,
my
you
team?
had Gyarados for your Mega, didn't you?
Yeah, I had Mega Gyarados. That's the
because
one.
we because you asked Jazz like, does it count because of Mega?
I I think it counts. I'm not allowed to use it if it's normal, but if I send it out
Well,
as
I
a
mean,
Mega,
if you,
I think it counts.
I mean, if you're gonna be able to Mega Evolve it, why use it as normal in the first place?
This is true. I'm gonna log in real quick, check my team for Mono Dark.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let me see.
And then I guess,
Yeah. I had Honchkrow, Weavile, Umbreon,
mm-hmm.
Crocodile, Houndoom, and Mega Gyarados.
Yep.
Yeah. The Umbreon was there. You'll never get this dumb strategy. The Umbreon was there to use Normalium Z Celebrate and then Baton Pass all of those stats off to something else to sweep.
Nope. Makes sense to me. I don't get it, but I'll pretend that I do.
So Normalium Z Celebrate gives you a +1 in every stat.
Okay.
So you yawn, you protect, the thing goes to sleep, you Normalium Z Celebrate, get a +1 in every stat, Baton Pass to your Gyarados, Mega Evolve, sweep, easy.
That's disgusting.
I know. Imagine if it was an Eevee, because the
Well,
EV Z gives you +2 in every stat.
this strategy is banned in competitive, right?
I assume so. I've never tried it in an actual game.
We need to start Star's competitive arc. She goes to be a pro Pokemon player.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You put that in crayon eating terms.
Big
Okay.
damage.
So I guess this means we now go on to Sword and Shield.
Yes.
To be honest,
Um,
I get lost in these generations. I'm like, what is what? Especially when it starts getting into the games that I don't get to play because I don't own a freaking Switch.
so Generation 8 had Sobble, Scorebunny, and Grookey.
Oh, do I gotta answer this one first?
Yes.
Okay, might be a hot take. I don't really like any of them.
That's not a hot take at all.
I just I've already talked about
I
this. The models make things a little boring. I've said
Yeah.
this. And it's just like I could not get attached to any of these starters whatsoever. Their first forms don't exactly have breathtaking designs.
Yeah.
Like they're cute. I think a lot of people
I'm
love Sobble.
yeah, I'm one of those people who like checks out the leaks as the games come out to see like I only do it to see all the new Pokemon designs so I can like plan out my team ahead of time.
Hmm.
I did the same thing for Sword and Shield and I was wholly disappointed with the starter
Yeah,
designs. I was like, these suck.
yeah.
Um, but there was one that stood out to me that was less ass than the rest of them, and that's the one I picked, and that's the only Gen 8 starter I've ever used to this day,
Fair enough.
and
You went,
that was Sobble.
yeah. I'm just like, okay. Overall, I don't want to seem like I'm just the most basic bitch with the responses I'm gonna give with this one, but basically speaking, okay, Grookey. It's just green
All
monkey.
right, it's Green Monkey.
And it's cute. I love its little hammer thing, and then now it grows to be a big giant gorilla that beats a hammer or something.
He's a
But
drummer.
I don't know. I was like, there's nothing about that design that really called to me. So
Gen 8 was certainly a mixed bag when it came to designs. Like some of
yeah.
them were really good, and then some of
Oh
them
my god,
were
I loved
really, really
Corviknight.
bad. Corviknight had a great design. Scorch is my favorite bug type of all time.
Hmm.
Blah, Grimmsnarl grew on me actually. I
Yeah.
thought it looked really ugly, but now I think it's pretty cool.
I like it because it kind of reminds me of like its evolution line remind me of Impmon from Digimon Tamers. I know that you.
Phalanx. I grew to like Phalanx a lot.
Hmm.
Um
For Score Bunny's line, like I've said, I like rabbits, so that probably almost could be considered my favorite. But I'll be real,
Cinderace is really weird looking.
it is. I get it's a soccer player and everything, but
It's the hands. It's the hands that do it for me.
I think it's
It
just kind of the weird looking like the pants like design he has, like the soccer shorts.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know what it is really, because I loved Score Bunny and I loved Raboot,
It's
but
Uncanny Valley because it looks like a goddamn furry.
oh my god, I'm saying that because that's so accurate.
Yeah, like
It's
tell me
just
I'm
like
fucking wrong.
I can't. I just like once we got to Cinderace, I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
Raboot was cool
I
because
liked
it was like Score Bunny was going through his emo phase.
yeah,
And then speaking of emo, we have Sobble.
I liked Inteleon. I think Inteleon was pretty cool.
Inteleon looks like a laid back guy, honestly
Yeah.
speaking. He gives me so many different vibes to where he's like, he's either the hipster Pokemon,
He's a spy, and you know how I
or
feel about spies.
he's just like, he is just the guy who does not give a shit about anybody's opinion about him.
Mhm.
He is leaning on the wall, just looking at you, looking at him, and he's like, you got something to say to me? Say it. And walk away.
Mhm.
Like, so in the end, I could easily say that for an entire line, or at the very least for a final evolution, Inteleon is probably the best one in my opinion. But I
Mhm.
just cannot label any of them as a true favorite because I also am missing the gameplay experience because I've never used any of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's totally fair.
I don't. Are they in Reborn yet?
No.
Okay, because
I was gonna say yeah, but they're not. Because
okay, because
I played all gen, and they're in all gen.
okay, because I was gonna be like, if they were, maybe I'll take a moment to use them. But if they're not, then I'm just not gonna worry
Um,
about it.
yeah, there's a mod where it adds Gen 8 and 9 to Reborn. So if you want to try that out, you can.
Hmm. I'm not that
I can
curious.
I can send it to you if you want.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm not that curious, honestly.
Well, you can use like Sprigatiti or Fuecoco.
Is this
Fue
Star's way of segueing to like one of the hypest generations of recent time?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I don't know
Alright.
about anyone else's feelings, but I love ninth gen. I don't even get to play
Gen
it.
Gen 9 is like really good. Like it was really good.
Yep. It's the closest we get to a repeat of Legends Arceus before Z Lambda comes out.
Oh yeah, Z
I
Lambda.
love that joke. I'm never gonna call it anything but Z Lambda.
Oh yeah. So I've only
Uh,
used one starter
hmm.
in um in Scarlet and Violet. Because really, why would you need to use the other two when Weed Cat is right there?
Oh my
My
god.
favorite my favorite is Meowscarada because it's literally peak.
Disappointed in Star. Didn't use the
What?
gay duck.
No, I didn't use the gay duck. Literally, okay, literally. Fucking like Meowscarada can 1v1 both of the other starters easily.
Mm-hmm.
Like super effective against water with its grass typing, super effective against ghost with its dark typing.
I mean, if you want to get down to it, Sprigatito can technically 1v everything in the fucking region.
This is true.
If you've ever seen Alpha Rad just do a solo playthrough with just Sprigatito, it is so funny.
Yeah. It's because Sprigatito's the best.
Yeah, it's got one hell of a learn set, not just for its
Mm-hmm.
actual moves, but its TNs and HMs are insane. And since everything is open world, you can just go and pick up the TMs necessary for a crazy ass playthrough. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. It's great. Like Sprigatito, man. Like I was on the Sprigatito train from the start and it
It's
did not
adorable.
disappoint. Did not disappoint. It's a signature move, so busted.
The only disappointing thing about Sprigatito is that it stood up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even mind.
I'm just making a
I,
joke because
I,
people are
I don't even,
fucking weird on the internet.
yeah.
Let's be real.
I don't mind. I think Meowscarada is peak.
Let's be real. It like even if it was on all fours, people would still be weird.
Yeah, that's true.
Prime example, the Vaporeon copy pasta.
Oh, let's not talk about that.
Just saying.
All right.
Oh, I guess that means I
From
gotta
what
talk of.
you've seen,
Mm-hmm.
design-wise, who is your favorite?
Oh, just design wise. Okay.
Well, because you've never used them, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's really hard. And first of all, I'm gonna say, yeah, not that big of a fan of Quaxley, admittedly.
Quaxley is okay.
He's cute. He's a dorky little bird, and that's awesome. But I just really my only thing with Quaxley, and the reason I can say like, okay, not my favorite right now, is because I haven't really seen any content with him. Most
Mm-hmm.
people choose one of two: the Weed Cat or the Derpy Dinosaur.
Mm-hmm.
So before
They
anyone
they do
comes,
seem to be they do seem to be the more popular choices.
yeah, nobody likes the gay duck with the absolute dump truck.
I know Fig chose the gay duck.
Good job, Fig. Like that's literally all it is. Like my only impression is just based on content, and I haven't seen enough content with I do not know the last evolution for this duck.
Quaquaval.
Quaquaval. That name alone is gonna make me say no, I don't like this duck. Cause I can't fucking say it. But it's like
Do you want to see my shiny for it?
I think I have seen the shiny for it, and it looks cool.
It's gay.
like overall though, it's like what little content I have seen with it as the enemy for some for some
Look at
reason
it.
is that it still looks genuinely cool. I like it. I like the fact that in the end, it's such a flamboyant ass bird. This duck knows what it's about, and
Mhm.
it is just out to party. I love
Yeah,
this
it
thing.
is.
But because
Yeah,
of my
I
exposure to
recently got a I recently
content,
got a new sprite for it, so yeah, it's looking even
nice.
more flamboyant than ever.
But because of the content that I am exposed to for this bird, which is zero, I haven't been able to say anything about it because I don't know its moveset, and gameplay, again, holds it back because I don't get to play these games, so I don't know whether or not I would enjoy Quackleval the most compared to the other starters.
Mhm.
But that also puts the other starters lower on a totem pole. If you were to ask me for all-time favorite starter, which I already said is Turtwig no matter what.
Mhm.
So when I first saw Sword and Shield, I'm like, oh my god, I love this little grass cat. It is so
Scarlet and Violet.
adorable. I fucking love this little cat.
I love Meowscarada.
But then I also got to see Fuecoco, and it is a derpy ass little dinosaur. It is an idiot. It is looking at you with not a thought in between its ears, if it had any.
Yeah.
There is. The lights are on, but nobody's home in that little head of his. And I fucking love it. So I
Oh my
have to
god.
say that although based on first impression, I should give it to Sprigatito, I love Fuecoco the most.
Yeah.
It's just,
He's he's an adorable little guy.
he is. Oh man, I don't know. I for some reason, Fuecoco caught my attention. I'm like, this is just a little stupid guy, and I love it.
He's
I
just so little
cannot
funny.
believe that we've spent 2 hours and 30 minutes just talking about our favorite starters.
Yeah, well, we did go off topic a couple of times,
Yeah,
but we
just a
mostly
couple.
stayed on topic.
But speaking of starters, I now get to do my biggest ass rant about them.
Oh no.
It's nothing to do with the starters themselves. Have you ever watched the videos of best starters of every region?
No, because I don't
Good,
care about other people's opinions.
good. I watched them purely to see how many times I'm going to find a phrase, one specific phrase, and it's always there. Like
Okay.
every fucking time.
What's the phrase?
The phrase is usually some variation of you have to go out of your way to do blank if they're talking about the worst Pokemon. But then they turn around when they're talking about the best starter in their opinion, they'll say, by the time you get to area blank, you will have caught blank. They're the
Uh,
exact same fucking sentence,
they are, yeah.
but they're just putting negative and positive spins on it.
Mhm.
So what you're telling me is that if I chose this Pokemon, I have to go out of my way to catch this thing. Out of my way in the game where the entire concept is catching Pokemon. That's what you're telling me.
That is indeed what they're telling you.
Because I can remember, and I'm going to go back to Gen 1 for this conversation because we all know, we've already said it. I've even said that I agree, Charmander, worst starter to pick,
Mhm.
honestly. They will say, it's like, okay, you have to go out of your way to catch a Mankey over in Route 22, or to catch yourself a Bellsprout in Route 6. I think it was Route 6. No, it wasn't Route 6. It was like Route 20. It was Route 20. Either way, they were in the Route
Something or
20s
other.
because they're north of Cerulean and to the left of Pewter City or Viridian City.
Mhm.
The point being is, oh, it just kind of pissed me off in a way because it was like, yeah, because those are type weaknesses, and in the end, the first goal the game gives you is catching all the Pokemon.
Mhm.
And I understand that if you're like wanting to have a more experienced playthrough, of course, like if you're an experienced gamer and this becomes less important, sure. I guess I can see why it's a problem that you had to go to one little direction to catch this one Pokemon might be kind of bothersome. But by that same aesthetic, this should also be a knock against your best Pokemon, your best starter. Like, you still using Gen 1. Okay, Venusaur. Wouldn't take that into the Psychic Gym, would you?
No.
Wouldn't take that into the Poison Gym, would you? Even though it's immune to poison, Venusaur still tends to get hit really hard with stab poison moves.
And it can't really deal anything back.
Yeah, so, and then it's like, they'll say, it's like, but don't worry,
Take
you'll
it
have...
into the fire type gym.
You'll probably have caught a water type, a psychic type, a ghost or dark. Well, there's no dark, but my point still stands. It's like,
Yeah.
you will have caught counters by then. So basically what you're saying is they had to go out of their way to catch the things to counter the typing.
Yeah.
But you're saying that's not a negative to the best starter, but that is a negative to the worst.
Yeah. Don't you know that's how it works?
No, I was not aware that we were going to use phrases like this, and it pissed me off because it's like, if it's a knock against one, it has to be a knock against all of them. That's just the reality of it. I still would never suggest Charmander over Bulbasaur or Squirtle, not only because Squirtle is my favorite, so obviously I would never recommend anything above him, but genuinely it's just because, yeah, Charmander has a disadvantage in the first two gyms. But at the same time, you can easily catch their weaknesses before you get to any of those gyms. The hardest one is the Pikachu. Because of the 5% encounter rate. Like, that one, I'll agree with you. That's going out of your way to catch something. But in the end, it's like, going just slightly to the left to catch yourself a Mankey, that's not going out of your way. That's you just going over there because you probably know that there's a battle over there, or just straight up you're trying to see what's in each route.
Yeah.
And even then...
I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
You can keep going on your rant if you want.
So even then, if you're going, like, just straight to Pewter City and you want to say, oh, well, I don't have anything for dealing with Brock because I'm still with this Charmander, you can catch a Butterfree. I'm gonna have so many people get at me for this one and say, hold on, a Butterfree? You want me to take a Butterfree when it's 4 times weak to Rock? Dude, Onix has the attack strength of an Oddish. An Oddish. The only reason that it's going to kill you is that 4 times weakness, and you can easily counteract that by just using Butterfree with Harden. Have it spam Harden when you're fighting the Geodude, and the Onix isn't really gonna be doing too much damage when you start blasting it with Confusion. As long as you're not stupid and trying to go in there at level, like, directly after it evolves. Like, get at least a couple of additional levels on there. That's my point, basically. It's like, yes, you do have to go out of your way a little bit in the early game compared to having to go out of your way in the late game. This is something I'll agree with. But I don't like that the people who make these videos continuously view the concept of you having to go out of your way as a negative for one Pokemon, but then they say it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. You're gonna probably have already caught something prior to this. Because in the end, no matter what, if you had to catch something to counter a typing later, the reality of it is you went out of your way to catch it. We go back to fighting the poison types or anything where it's like, okay, I had to go catch myself a psychic type. Do you realize how hard it is to get an Abra? Because you have to counter the fact that it teleports? Oh, well, that's easy. I just went to the game corner to get it instead, which means you had to go win jackpots. That is probably more going out of your way than anything else. And there's not a lot of psychic type Pokemon in Generation 1. It's pretty much just Abra, Mr. Mime, and Jinx. 2 of these aren't even available to you right off the bat. Like, Abra is the only one you could get the most easily. You could eventually trade for a Mr. Mime, but that is, again, probably more akin to going out of your way. It's like, why go for the Mr. Mime when you could just raise up the Abra? Or you would have no choice but to just wait until you could get the Jinx. So, no matter what, you're just kind of in a bad position there. So, that's just kind of my big thing. I don't like those videos because I don't feel it's right to use that phrasing to say you have to go out of your way, aka playing the game in the purpose that it was meant to be played in the first place, which was catching Pokemon to build your team, is insane. And calling it as if it's a negative connotation to your play is weird to me. I just don't get it. Ugh. I need water now. In any case, yeah. So that's my big beef with these types of videos is that genuinely, if you're gonna knock against one, you have to knock against all of them for this fact.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey, no problem. I pretty much wrapped it up already. It's bothersome. I thought I would go on a much longer rant about it, but I feel like we've already used up all of our energy with the 9 generations of starters.
I mean, I'm good to keep going if you are.
Oh no, I'm definitely good to keep going, but I feel like that's where I did like most of my talking, so I didn't have as much energy to just flame down on these videos with the rage of 1,000 suns.
Oh, okay.
I don't like these videos. That's all anyone. That's the only important thing people need to take from it is that best starter videos are really stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're useful, I guess, if like you want to strategize about like what your starter pick is going to be, like which one is best. Because genuinely, I get it. We want to know which Pokemon has the greatest percentage of advantage, which one is going to be able to go up against the most gym leaders, the most bosses, without just getting one shot.
I mean, I guess if you're nuzlocking, then yeah, that's something you want to know. But like for someone who's doing a general playthrough, it's like you don't need to know which one is quote unquote best because just use the one that you want to.
Yep, just realized I'm still in the Quaquaval.
Like that's what I do. I usually pick my starter based on like who I like the most.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah.
So speaking of Nuzlocks.
Oh, we're gonna talk about Nuzlocks?
I don't see why not. It just kind of feels like a pretty good topic.
Alright, we can talk about Nuzlocks.
Okay, you start off. How do you feel about Nuzlocks?
I don't like doing them because they're bad for my anxiety.
Yeah, she's the kind of person Nuzlocke were made for, in a way.
Like, I've done them before, don't get me wrong. But, like, one time I was doing a Nuzlocke, a randomizer Nuzlocke, and I think it was, like, one of those ones where I just had a shiny cheat on the whole time because I enjoyed doing that. I had a shiny Lugia that I named Fantasy.
Oh.
And I remembered it died to a Metagross using Ice Ball, and I was so depressed that I couldn't go back to that Nuzlocke for, like, 3 days.
Yep, you are definitely the kind of person that the Nuzlocke challenge was... I mean, I get it. The Nuzlocke challenge is meant more for difficulty, but you're the kind of person that it was made to really, really hit hard because you are someone who bonds with your Pokemon, but so am I.
I bond with them so hard that when one dies, it's emotionally devastating.
Yes. Oh my god.
Like, I can't do them. Like, I can do them every once in a while, but I can't just like go through like every fucking game back to back to back because that would just emotionally destroy me.
Yeah. Like people
Like I just did the Soul Link with Alex and we had a lot of really miserable deaths.
Yep. Ogre Pond.
Ogre Pond.
How many times did that thing have to die for you, Star? But yeah, it's like people like them because it's like it's the difficulty raise because people are like, okay, well, Pokemon's too easy. And I can kind of get where that comes from because like when it's like you can just turn around and heal at any moment.
Yeah.
and you're
Like,
somebody who,
if that's how you like to play the game, then there's no
yeah,
shame, right?
says the person who badgered me about my reborn Nuzlocke.
Okay, the thing is about that is that Reborn isn't really a game you should be nuzlocking on your first playthrough.
No, I agree with you. That it's hell.
If you don't know how the mechanics work, you're gonna get fucked up.
Even if you know how the mechanics work, you're gonna get fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna clarify this. And you can definitely disagree. I do feel like for a lot of things, randomizing it does make it a little bit simpler.
It does, yeah. Especially in
Ju-
Reborn when the gym leaders have fields that they can take advantage of.
yeah, and they can't do that in
If you're
randomizers, I don't
randomizing it.
think.
Hmm?
They can't do that in randomizer, I don't think,
Nope.
because
If you're randomizing it, they just get random mons that
yeah.
can or can't take advantage of their field.
Yeah,
Like
so
sometimes they'll even be at a disadvantage on the field.
yep.
So in randomizers, it's kind of like a gamble, right? If
Yeah.
you're not randomizing it, you can definitely like plan ahead, but like
Mhm.
randomizers are definitely a gamble, a double-edged sword.
Yeah. The
Um,
randomizer, it's like it gives you the fact that it's like you just don't have the basic knowledge anymore. But the gym leaders don't have the advantage of really being able to use their field effects unless
mhm,
it randomizes into a Pokemon of that correct typing, which is very low, I feel.
mhm.
But
So you're
then,
fighting Julia, she sends out a Zekrom.
oh my god. But then also, you kind of just have this other thing where it's like they also can't use their basic strategy because these these gym leaders do have a strategy like ready to
Yeah,
fuck you over.
yeah. And I think the joy in Reborn is figuring out their strategy, figuring out
Yeah,
the field, figuring out how to destroy the field. My favorite,
and
one of
then
my
making the
favorite
gym leader
battles,
cry.
one of my favorite battles was against the 18th gym leader, the dragon type, where
Mm-hmm.
she's on a field that boosts dragon type moves by like 2 times, I think.
Yeah.
So it's really like they're really strong on that field, and it decreases the damage of ice type moves.
Oof.
And I think it decreases the damage of fairy type moves. I can't remember what the Dragon's Den field does, but what I know is that if you use an ice type Z move, it will change it to the cave field. So what I did was I had my crocodile because this was my mono dark run. I had
Okay.
my crocodile. I set up stealth rocks. I sent out my Weavile, blasted the ice type Z move, changed it to the changed changed it to the cave field. She sent out her Charizard and it died in one hit. just,
Damn.
just to the stealth rocks. It's so funny.
Wow. Star was really took out all of the hatred she had for Charizard in that moment.
I did, and it was awesome. She also has like a banded, what is it? Banded Garchomp.
Yeah.
So whenever it would lock itself into Earthquake, I'd just switch into a flying type, and then she'd have to switch out. So like, yeah, it's easy to plan a strategy once you know,
Yeah.
but like randomizers take out a lot of that strategizing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's fun either way.
Yeah, I think like it's kind of where it's like if we're talking about content creation wise, a lot of people don't like vanilla playthroughs anymore.
Hmm.
They love to watch the randomized Nuzlocks. More in part for exactly that reason. You can't strategize around what is coming up. It's very random.
Hmm.
So deaths can
I
happen at any moment.
I personally like doing randomizers. I like to play a game the way it was intended my first go around, and then
Yeah,
I'll fuck it up a little bit in my next subsequent playthroughs.
that makes sense.
That's kind of how I like to play, cuz I want to experience the game as intended
Hmm.
and then go out of my way to make to fuck everything up.
Yeah. My
And
personal
like
feeling of okay, you go.
Yeah, and it's not like I don't like strategizing, right? Like I'm really big on turn-based RPGs, so strategy
Yeah.
is definitely a part of that. Hell, I had a strategy in my Ultra Sun shiny Dream Team quest just by grabbing a Zorua at the very beginning of the game for the Ultra Necrozma.
Mm-hmm.
I used foul play and it died. It was awesome. Ah, good times.
I think the
Um,
hardest part for me is strategy because it's like obviously it should be like, well, shouldn't strategy be easy? You know what's coming up in any like, and when you're doing a vanilla playthrough, obviously we've talked that randomized gets rid of that.
mhm. In randomize, you just have to go in with your best mons and hope you don't die.
Yeah, but
And
with a
that's the fun
yep,
part.
with vanilla playthroughs, okay, I'm a guy who has done a ton of Nuzlocks. Have I completed any of them? I mean, technically I've completed them, but I've lost them. My thing is, and this is the thing that happens every time, and Star knows this, is that for some reason, okay, early game tends to be pretty okay. Mid game, I tend to just sweep. Late game is when I crash, unless it's reborn, and then I'm not getting past the early game.
Yeah.
But every other time, I tend to crash very easily in the late game. And a part of that is that a lot of my strategy is based on those Pokemon I get in the first few routes because I get so attached to them. Even though the best strategy is to move them out of the team to bring in the better units I caught later,
Yeah.
I'm just like, I like
I
these
did
Pokemon I'm using. I don't want to trade them
yeah.
out.
I found a ROM hack, and I played and I did a Nuzlocke of it just out of boredom.
Mm-hmm.
It was last year, while I was packing to move, and I just like picked up this ROM hack and I was like, eh, why not? I deserve a break.
Yeah.
So I downloaded it and I did a Nuzlocke of it and I actually had a good time. And actually, it was because of this specific Nuzlocke that I grew to really like Leavanny as a Pokemon because it was like it carried hard in that game.
Was this
It was
Taco?
so good. It was Taco.
Good job,
I
Taco.
I love Taco. I think I sent a picture of my team one time, but I don't remember where it went.
Ah.
But yeah, I had Taco. I remember I had a Sharpedo and a Frostlass who died. I don't remember anything else I had except for Taco, who made it. I think there was a point where Taco almost died and then didn't, and I was like, "Taco, you legend! Taco!"
Oh, I just thought one of the worst things about when playing a Nuzlocke is when you get RNG checked. You're reaching
Mhm.
the final points of the game. Because this happened to me, and I was fighting Lorelei. For some reason, she is the bane of my existence. And like half of my team gets frozen, and there's not anything I can do.
Yeah.
Especially like if you're playing with hardcore rule set where you're not using like items or something. And
Mhm.
it's like
Yeah, it's the
it's
worst.
frustrating when you just like you're like, okay, this looks like pretty easy. But your best mon for dealing with the enemy somehow RNG checks you, you get some kind of status condition that you can't get rid of. And then you're like, okay, well, maybe I go and switch in. That one also gets the status condition.
Yep.
And then
It's the worst.
it's like you're left with either a Pokemon that's neutral to it with no super effective moves, or you're checked with like just Pokemon that are absolutely weak to all of them. I'm just sitting there and I'm like, there's not anything I can fucking do in this situation.
Mhm.
And then I had to take the L.
It's definitely the worst.
Yeah. And then I think one of the worst parts about Nuzlocking is like it's not a player thing. Sometimes it's like it's when you're a content creator and you have people tell you it's like, oh well, that's not how you play a Nuzlocke. That's
Yeah, I don't like people telling you when or like how you should be able to play a game.
yeah. Like there are people who will kind of gatekeep it and say it's like, oh well, if you used healing items in battle, that's not legit. Oh hey, you didn't play on set mode, that's not legit. Um
Mhm.
I do all of these things anyways, where it's like I don't use healing items in battle, but that's because I kind of forget I have them. admittedly. I play on set because it actually is a little more fun when I can't just predict what the enemy's going to throw out, which that's not a problem if you're doing a vanilla playthrough anyways, because you already know everything that they have, which is like, I also get really frustrated when people say it's like, I can't believe you lost a Nuzlocke in what is the easiest game to Nuzlocke. And it's like, because I've definitely been told it's like, I can't believe I've lost Fire Red or Leaf Green, because it's like, that's easiest ones to Nuzlocke, apparently. And I'm like, here's the thing. I can strategize all I want to, but unless the conditions are ideal, I can still lose. I go into every single one of my fucking battles to basically make sure that it's as entertaining as possible by capping myself on levels, which means there's always a chance for me to lose, because I'm like, I want to make the run as entertaining for you fuckers as possible, but also for me to have fun as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, the reality of it is, I always give the chance to lose, because if I'm just one-shotting everything, it's not very fun.
I found I found my final team, by the way.
Nice.
Here, I'll send you. So this was a run I did April of 2023, so last year while I was packing to move. And that was my final team. The grayed out ones are the ones who died during the Elite Four.
That's what I figured.
But yeah, they were great. Of course I picked Blaziken, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
And it was a really cool ROM too, because it had like overworld encounters.
Yeah.
And they would be shiny in the overworld, so I did like a shiny lock, because that's what I like to do. I think it's more fun with a shiny lock. I like to do shiny locks rather than Nuzlocks.
That's fair.
But yeah, so that was my final squad, and I don't remember having a Manetric, but yeah, apparently I did.
Apparently he wasn't very important.
Apparently, I think it was a Mega too, and it just and I don't. Why did I have you? Wallace, probably.
Everyone has their like everyone's gonna have their own rules for Nuzlocks.
Oh, definitely.
I would say Nuzlocks have very much changed how I play the game. So even if I did a vanilla playthrough of any game, I would still probably do one encounter per route, because that's actually kind of fun for me, because it's like I won't know what I'm gonna start with, and
that's how I play most fan games now. Is
yeah.
if I'm playing a fan game that has like not really custom shinies, but like modified shiny odds,
Yeah.
then I will probably just go into each route, catch one shiny, move on.
Yeah.
And play that way.
Mm-hmm.
I find that very fun.
Yeah.
Again, because I find my enjoyment with Pokemon to come from the thrill of shiny hunting. I love shiny hunting, and if I can incorporate that into
It
other
is
challenges,
such an adrenaline rush.
yeah, exactly.
I have only ever successfully shiny hunted one Pokemon, and that was my shiny Cyndaquil in Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember doing that while Star was streaming.
Yeah. And I like so I like to incorporate that into other challenges, right? Like shiny badge quest, dream team quest. Sometimes I'll do Nuzlocks, and like I'll do Nuzlocks if I find a game that has modified shiny odds, because then it gives me like, oh, I can see what's on each route, and then whatever shines first is my encounter.
Yeah.
And I enjoy that. I enjoy getting to do that. And I did that with my reborn Nuzlocke as well. When I was attempting that, I would shiny hunt for all my encounters.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because that's just how I like to play the game, right?
Yeah.
I like to run through the games with shinies, because shinies are indeed like a really important part of Pokemon to me.
That's fair.
So yeah, I don't do Nuzlocke often, but I will do them occasionally. Maybe you and I should do a Soul Link sometime.
Fair enough. I think genuinely, like, on my own time, I've gotten to a point where it's like, I like the concept of Nuzlocks, but at the same time, I'm a little burnt out on them. Where it's like, I think I would rather just do, like, like I know I'm doing the Soul Silver one because it's randomized, so I figure that'll bring it a little more fun.
Mhm.
But I think like if I was to play a new Pokemon game, I'd be like, okay, one, I'll catch my first encounter and then that's it, and that's per area. I wouldn't do the Death Claws because genuinely, like, one of the things about a Nuzlocke is that it's the idea of taking previously existing knowledge and using that to modify your strategy with a game of chance with the first encounter.
Yeah.
Which is why the Reborn thing is actually incredibly hard because one, it's filled with so many ways to fuck you over. Like it's not just the gym leaders that you have to worry
It's
about.
Yeah, it's definitely a very difficult game when you're
Yeah.
first starting out. Like I remember when I first started Reborn. And like this wasn't even me nuzlocking it. I was just playing it normally, and
Yeah.
I was having a hard time with Julia. Like I was sitting there mashing F12, like trying to fucking beat her, and it's very difficult. Like even the post game content, the legendary quests, I was having a hard time with, and that was me playing the game for 4 years. You
Yeesh.
know, like it's a tough game. It's
Yeah.
not easy at all.
And then it's what makes Nuzlocke so hard for me in the completion aspect is one, I get very attached to my Pokemon very easily. It's like
Mhm,
when you find a stray animal and you name it and you're like, "Oh, I don't want to give this away."
mhm. No, I totally get that.
And so it's like when
Like
I get to that important battle and I should be going in with the mindset of, okay, you have to be ready to sack a Pokemon. No matter what type of Nuzlocke you're playing, this is always the thing to remember. You
mhm.
have to be ready to sack them on, and I can't do it. I always want my whole team to live.
Yeah, I had that problem as well. It's like, yeah, shut up, bench. I'd like to see you play the fucking Reborn post game. Sorry. I had my team when I was playing Reborn, and I would barely switch them out. 'Cause, like, that's the
Yep.
thing with Reborn is that you definitely need to have backup members because I can't be going into the flying type gym with a Blaziken. It's not a good idea, but I did it
Yep.
anyways. Because that was my starter. He
Yeah.
was with me the whole time. I'm not gonna bench him even though he's at a disadvantage in this fight.
Why'd you
Like,
give him
we're
the
going
bench?
in. We're going in.
Why would you give him the bench? That seems like a terrible idea.
Yeah, for real. So like, yeah, I would go in and I had and once I had a permanent member of my team, it stays on the team.
Yep.
And I've learned to kind of like dial back on that just a smidgen, especially when it came to the legendary quests in the post game because I got stuck a lot
Ooh.
in the post game because I refused to change up my team.
Yep. I just can't do it. I haven't learned to dial back that instinct because it's like I just love my Pokemon because like
Mhm.
they're the first ones you catch
Mhm.
and they're kind of the ones that are around the longest.
Yeah, like my team ended up being Blaziken, Umbreon, Gardevoir, Flygon, Silvally. Who was the last one? Who was my last team member?
Oh,
Blaziken, Umbreon, Gardevoir, Flygon, Silvally. Am I dumb? Who's my last team member? Lantern. That was it. How could I forget
Lantern.
Lantern? Oh, I forgot Lantern. Okay,
Oh,
yeah, there we go.
sad day for Lantern.
Okay, yeah, that was my dream team.
Fair enough.
And as you know, Lantern sucks ass, but I still carried it through the
What
game
you
with
talking
me.
about? Lantern is amazing.
I love Lantern, man, but it's so bad stat wise.
Fair enough.
But it's so good. I
I think
fucking love
it's
Lantern.
I think personally it's like in the end if you can make a Pokemon work, you can make it work.
Mhm.
My
I
favorite
carried that Lantern with me throughout the entire post game. It
best
didn't do
Lantern is Volt
anything.
Absorb Lantern.
Yes. Oh my god.
It's like that's
Yes.
such a good one.
Okay, what I loved most about Lantern is the water type gym where she drags you underwater and then Lantern, if you have water absorb, it just kind of regens health every turn.
Damn.
Good shit. Good shit. We sit there, we discharge, we regen health every turn.
I actually had to go in and like try and remember is like whether or not that was a hidden ability for Volt Absorb. And I'm
Yeah,
like, I
it
don't.
is.
No, Water
Uh,
Absorb is the hidden
water
ability.
absorb. Yeah, water absorb is hidden. Volt absorb is not.
And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, Water Absorb lantern, I would toss away.
Well, like you can just get ability capsules and switch them at will. So I
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
building
Illuminate
has
raises the
never
likelihood of
been.
meeting wild Pokemon by illuminating the surroundings. Huh.
Yeah, illuminate is good for like encountering, especially if you're shiny hunting.
Yeah.
Gets you encounters easier.
I think that
But
would be
I
such a
didn't.
cool effect if like you went into a cave that's really dark with a lantern, if its little light bulb thing lit up.
That would be so cool. My favorite part about doing the post game though was replacing the surf sprite with my lantern and
Mm-hmm.
then just having my lantern there as I surfed across the places. And yeah, I love my lantern, dude.
Fair enough.
It's good shit.
I think we've said everything on Nuzlocke that we can really,
Hmm.
because it's like there's only so much you can talk about. I mean, there's like tons of Nuzlocke variants, and that's my favorite aspect of Nuzlocke is that
Hmm.
you can apply whatever rules you want because in the end, it's just a way for you to have fun, like a variety of different ways of having fun playing the game. But you can also do like
Hmm.
monotype runs where you just fight using only one type of Pokemon.
I love
Uh
doing
you
monotypes.
can do the evil Pokemon teams where you only use Pokemon that are used by evil team members.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Um,
I
what
found
was
it
I gonna
funny because
say?
I found the evil Pokemon team thing, and they also said like they try to be so like accepting of it, where it's like, oh, you can also use Pokemon as long as you can justify that they're scary enough. And I'm like, that's a little too easy to play around with to break the rules, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Because it's like I could say, well, what's not terrifying about a giant 3-foot rat that can shoot lightning bolts out of its cheeks?
Oh,
Talking about
Nuzlocke Reborn with the special rule. It's not actually a Nuzlocke like at all. Yeah, okay, Bench.
so like what I would do, because next time I play Reborn, basically it's just like okay, I'll play Reborn, but
I
there's no
think you
death
should give it a
clause.
try. I think you should definitely give it another try.
Oh, I'm going to. It's just like at this point I've got all the other projects that I've been wanting to do, and so it's like everything's taking a back burner. Especially
Yeah.
while right now I'm reorganizing the release content,
Mhm.
and
I've just been working on the living decks.
that's an that's another reason that I haven't uploaded the death video is just because I've been busy with life and I've been reorganizing with how I want to do the channel and everything.
Another interesting and potentially fun point about Nuzlocke is that it forces you to use Pokemon that you wouldn't normally use.
Oh, that's true.
Like, I've grown to like a lot of Pokemon just because I use them in a Nuzlocke.
Hmm.
Taco being a prime example.
Yep, that's fair.
I love Taco, man.
I I'm trying to think of some examples, but I feel like it's like in the end,
Excadrill was also another one. I was like kind of like on the fence about Excadrill because like, it's not really my type of Pokemon, but it like kills me every time I fight it.
yeah.
And then I used
I
one in the Nuzlocke that I sent you, and it was great. It fucking slayed.
fair enough. Sorry. But I think one thing that also is like because like you said, using Pokemon that you don't usually get the opportunity to use is one of the most fun aspects of Nuzlocke. That's why I continue to use Nuzlocke style.
Mhm.
The overall problem where that kind of comes in though is that it's so easy to still stick to your usual ones if you can manage to get them. And
Yeah.
since I think it's like because a lot of the ones that I use in previous locks are very common Pokemon that you would find on most people's teams anyways.
Mhm.
I'm always like, should I ban these because I know that they're just going to be used? Like, good example is Magikarp. It's so easy to get
Yeah.
one.
I'm actually like I don't use Magikarp or Gyarados very often,
That's fair.
but when I do, it's like, I mean, it's a Gyarados.
It's a Gyarados that you've used 100 times, probably.
Yeah. I used one for Reborn, and honestly, I feel like I shouldn't have because it kind of trivialized the late game.
That's because Gyarados is so freaking. Gyarados is
Like
busted.
especially Mega Gyarados though.
Oh my god.
Which okay, so funny thing about Gyarados in Reborn is that you can't get one until like the 16th gym.
That is smart.
Yeah, so they like lock you out of getting Gyarados until the 16th gym, and that is a good idea.
Yeah, it's like. It's
And
just.
it's like one Magikarp in the entire game.
She. Wait a minute.
Yeah. So
Is
you get
this
the
that? Is this that BS muddle fudger who ran off at the beginning of the game?
It's a whole ass side quest to get your fucking Magikarp.
Didn't I? Oh my god. Although I bet that surprised you, I remembered it.
Yeah, it did actually. It did.
I don't know why, but that one thing is still in my head. I'm like, hold on.
Yeah, it's funny though.
It really is.
It's a great side quest. I really like it.
But
I really like some of the side quests in
yeah,
Reborn.
no,
Some of them are kind of annoying, but some of them are really good.
fair. But yeah, no, Gyarados is just Gyarados is like in practically every Pokemon game, and I feel
Mhm.
like he ends up on like everyone's team unless they start applying rules where it's like, okay, you can't continuously use this Pokemon.
I mean, I usually like when I'm playing for the first time only use new Pokemon in a
Yeah,
generation. Um but yeah, I can definitely see how people would end up using the same mons over and over, like the person in that video I sent the other day who just hacked in a Ralts as their starter for every run they
oh boy.
did.
I usually like when I was trying to do the Nuzlocke for every game, which I have eventually stopped, is I tried to make it a rule that if I use a Pokemon and it gets into the Pokemon League, I'm not allowed to use it again.
Yeah, so there's a I don't know if you know Chaotic Meatball, but he did a generation wide Nuzlocke where if he used a Pokemon at all in a generation, say Gen 1, he
Yeah,
used like a Pidgey, he would not be able to catch it in the next generation.
that's a lot smarter because
Yeah,
in the end,
it's way more. It really limits your encounters, and you really have to plan ahead. You know.
like my overall question is it use as in they actually get put on the team and they've been in a battle, or is it just like if he
Yeah.
caught it, it couldn't be?
No, if he used it in a battle, it could not be used in a future
So
game.
if he caught it and just shoved it in a box, it was usable.
Yes.
Okay. That's actually a really smart way to play it because it's like, again, you can cheat using the method I just talked about by simply taking a team up to the league and then being like, oh, wait, I need this for Gen 4 or something. Let's say I'm playing Gen 1. And I'm like,
Hmm.
okay, I'm looking at Gen 4 and I'm like, well, okay, I want to save my Gyarados for then.
Yeah,
And so I just,
you should definitely check out that um that play like the his runs from that because
yeah,
they're impressive as hell.
I definitely will.
Um,
That sounds
he's
interesting.
he's currently redoing the entire thing, but with shinies this time.
Oh, damn.
I don't know why he's doing
Why
that.
is he torturing himself? Which, now I want to talk about this. Shiny Hunters, you muddle fudgers are impressive. Can I just say that? The amount of patience you have to stare at that game, sometimes multiple games at once, and encounter hundreds upon thousands of Pokemon for hours, days, months, possibly years to complete the Pokedex again just to get one off-colored Pokemon is insane.
And now we're gonna segue into shinies.
Well, that was the segue, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like,
Um, yeah. I mean, so I've been a shiny hunter for a while. It's been about 9 years since I started
mhm,
shiny hunting. And
insanity.
it started when I got my copy of Omega Ruby and my very first 3DS. Um and I beat the game in 3 days because I'd played the original game. I was like, "Yeah, this is good. Good remake. Had a lot of fun." And then I
Mhm.
just didn't have anything else to do. I was like, "What do?" And this is when I actively started using Twitch because I had my Twitch account for a while. But I actively started watching shiny hunting Twitch streamers. And I'm still following them to this day.
Yeah.
I could give some examples. I watched SMK Gaming. I watched Galactic Elliot. I've seen A Drive, Supreme Arcanines, people like that. Supreme Arcanines is the goat, by the way.
Okay.
And the Gremlin from the Nova League, he's great too. And and I was like, "Oh wow, I never really gave a crap about shinies before, but this is pretty interesting because now there's methods to finding them, right?"
Yeah.
So I booted up my Omega Ruby cartridge. I ran into Petalburg Woods and I started dex naving, and I was like, "Wow, this is really cool. This is how we shiny hunt." And because I think it was like SMK's guide to dex naving, and I did it, and I found my first shiny in Gen 6 on 54 Dex Navs, and it was a shiny Shroomish, and it was like, I was like so ecstatic. I remember running out to my living room and showing Aiden. I was like, Aiden, look, I found a shiny, and he was like, oh, cool.
Oh, man.
and and it was like the best adrenaline rush I have
Oh,
ever
yeah.
felt in my life. I honestly probably not the best adrenaline rush. That was probably the Latias, but still.
It was pretty damn
Um,
close.
and that was the beginning of my downfall into shiny hunting. In that year alone, I found so many. I found like 80 shinies in that one game.
Nice.
And I also restarted my Heart Gold version and did my very first ever full odds hunt. And that's when I got my shiny Cyndaquil on my Heart Gold version. And that came out, and it's honestly impressive that I went from complete method hunting to a full odds soft reset hunt in the same year
You're
because
insane.
because people don't have the attention span nowadays to do that. Like people will start up a
You taking
sandwich hunt
you
and
taking shots at the chat?
no, not your chat at least, but like people
Oh,
people
just taking
will
shots at
like
me then.
people will start up a sandwich on Scarlet and Violet and not get 6 shinies in 10 seconds and then cry about it. Whereas like I sat there for like 2 weeks soft resetting for this Cyndaquil and got it, and it felt great.
Hmm.
4,400 and some odd encounters, and it was awesome. And I loved
I
him.
have only I've only purposely shiny hunted for 2 Pokemon, but the second one doesn't count because I never went back to that run, and that was the
Mhm.
Poplio.
That was Poplio.
First one I did was the Cyndaquil hunt, and that one was actually like, meh. Like
I
I
mean,
I technically cheated. Like that's the reality of it because my totally legit software gives me this option called the speed up button.
speed up button.
Star's jealous.
No, not really.
Nah, I understand. But it
Oh,
was
Sonics is the best shiny hunter I've ever seen.
like I was like, okay, I'm just gonna turn on speed up mostly because it was like it made it a little bit
I mean,
faster.
yeah, I mean a lot of people do, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Um, it's fine.
I feel like speed up is the least cheating thing you can do
It definitely is, right?
compared to like
Like,
people who just hack in their shinies.
yeah. I mean, I do speed up when
Yeah.
I'm shiny hunting on emulator, but also like I hunt on real like actual hardware, so
Yeah.
it's not like I'm like I haven't done it before, you know. Like I've sat through the Ultra Moon starter select cutscene 200 times,
Let
400
let
times.
us all let every shiny hunter be honest. Like if you're the shiny hunter who ridicules people for using speed up on emulation, let's be real. If the hardware allowed you to use speed up, you would use it every single fucking time.
I don't know. I don't know
If you
if
had to
shiny
sit through
hunters
like
if normal shiny hunters would do that.
I think they would.
Because again, it's the thrill of the hunt. If you're using speed up, you're just speeding up the hunt.
Cutscenes, 5 minute long cutscenes.
That is also true. Like, I mean, I would totally wouldn't. I wouldn't
Like
like.
if you had the option to not have to sit through that one cutscene 5,000 times.
Yeah, I would definitely want to skip the starter select cutscene in Sun and Moon and X and Y. Like, holy shit, those were so bad.
Oh
And
yeah.
I've never even done the starter hunt in X and Y yet. That's on my back burner.
Like that's in that case where it's like me using speed up to find the Cyndaquil was more just like I don't know, I had other shit I was gonna do, so I was like, all right, speed up.
Mhm.
Um and more just like to kind of it was more because like I was using speed up because I kept saving like when I was at the house and I was trying to rush back to Elms because I wasn't saving in front of the thing.
Uh,
And so I was like, okay, well I'm just gonna make this faster, and then I realized, oh wait, why don't I just save right here? And then I just never turned the speed up off. And really it was more like really what I wanted the
uh,
speed up for was just to fast track through getting through the start screen. Honestly, that was the slow point for me.
yeah, well, that's why you just save in front of the starter select.
No, I mean the start screen, like when you're
Oh.
first entering the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
I was
got you.
like, I didn't always want to sit through through the start screen, basically.
Yeah, no, that makes
Like
sense.
this, like encounter base is fine.
And
I
it
don't mind doing
also
that because I'm used to
I
grinding.
mean it's also the fact of if you're speeding up, you could miss the sparkles. And that's
Well,
what we
you
look
don't get sparkles with starters.
Yeah, I know, but I'm like referring to wild encounters, right?
Oh yeah,
'Cause like cause like I've seen people go into Sonic's chat and be like, "Oh, why did you speed up?" And it's because like we don't want to miss out on the excitement of finding the shiny.
yeah.
And that's
I
I think that's why we don't use speed up. Like I'm someone who knows what every fucking shiny looks like
yeah. I would not
off
use
the top of
speed
my
up
head.
for
So,
wild encounters. I would only really want to use speed up for like when I'm trying to get through stuff like starter selection. For the ones where it's like, okay, I can select the starter and immediately see it.
mhm.
Whereas like I would not use it for wild encounter, or I would use speed up for like the legendary encounter. The reason wild encounters is such a bad idea for speed up, if anyone's watching this and wondering, is like, well, why would that be bad? It's because some of the wild encounters don't look that different between their normal and shiny forms.
Mhm. Like you
Prime,
need to pay like mad attention.
yeah, prime example, Gengar.
And yeah, and especially like hearing is one of the most important things because if you hear that sparkle you can immediately just look down at your console and be like, okay, which one is it,
Yep,
you know, like especially for multi hunters because they play like 50 games at once and they
yep.
need to be able to hear it in through all the chaos. I could
Mm-hmm.
never.
Ugh.
um
And speed up
Yeah,
just
if you
affects your
want like a
music
really
too.
quick hunt though, like the resets in Ruby Sapphire are really, really fast.
Yeah.
I did my Torchic hunt. I did it on two games, and I only got 3 pooches on one of those games.
But yeah, for the Cyndaquil hunt, I remember it was like I think you were in the middle of streaming, and I just remember just going through. I wouldn't say I was having fun. It was like, okay, this is insane. I do not see how people had the patience for it, and I still say that. But I just remember because like with starters, I was like, I'm just gonna take the first one that I see that is shiny. Because with
Mhm.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you can see before you leave or anything.
Yeah, and that's why Heart Gold Soul Silver is like the entry point for Fallout's
Yeah,
hunting. It's like it's the easier one because you get 3 encounters at once.
yeah. And I just remember seeing the shiny Cyndaquil, and like my heart exploded, and I nearly dropped my controller. And I'm kind of glad
Yeah.
that I did, because I almost clicked the reset button. Because
Yeah.
I was so unbelieving. I was like, I'm not gonna see it, because I was only about I think based on my math, I was about 600 soft resets at the point.
Damn, that's a good number.
Like, so I was,
Both of mine, my Heart Gold Soul Silver soft reset hunts were both like 4,400 for some reason.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I've done some pretty gnarly hunts during my
Shiny
9 years.
Latios.
Yeah, we'll talk about Latias. I had Torchic. I was doing Torchic on 2 consoles. I was doing Ruby and Sapphire, and only Ruby was producing any shinies. Like I don't know why. Sapphire was like, I don't think I will. But Ruby got 3 shiny Poochyena and then finally hit the shiny Torchic at like 11K, I think.
I found the most relatable meme on in my Discord channel, and
Oh.
I feel like Satanaku would have made this, but it's
Um
not. It's just like, yep.
Oh my god, that's
This,
so true.
yep. Okay, sorry. What were you saying?
Um, another one that I had, I wouldn't say a good time with, but one that was like very memorable for me was definitely the Rowlet in Sun, because like it only took like 3,600,
Only,
not thousand.
only.
Yeah, like 3,600. But the fact that I had to sit through that cutscene so many times
Oh my god.
made it go on forever, and it took me like 3.5 months just to find it. But when I did, I was so excited. I was screaming, I was
That
shaking. I was
cutscene is the bane of my existence.
You think it's the bane of your existence? How do you think I feel?
No, exactly. If it's the bane of my existence, how the people who for some reason actually completed their shiny hunts are insane.
No, 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 no. You're talking about you're playing Ultra Moon, right? I did
Yeah.
it on original, where the cutscene was even worse.
So, how much was your therapy bill after this?
I don't think I was in therapy at the time.
I think I just
uh,
discovered why you were in therapy.
but yeah, that was a hunt of all times. Another really long one was the Vulpix in my shiny badge quest on Soul Silver that took like 11,000 encounters as well. I don't know why it took so long, but it did.
Well, it took so long
I was
because your luck sucks.
Yeah, I was at that one for a while. I was using level 15 Repel Trick during the day, so that's the only thing I would get. Repel Trick, for those of you who don't know, I'm gonna explain some shiny hunting terms for you. Repel Trick is Hey, I have one of those.
Sorry, you said Vulpix, and at first I was thinking you were talking about the Alolan Vulpix.
No, but I have one of those as
And I
well.
was
I
like,
think I have 2 of them.
and then suddenly I was like, you know what? I don't know what shiny Alolan Vulpix looks like. And I was like, oh, that's so cute. It's just, it's little
It's very
purpley
pretty.
tint.
It's very pretty.
It is.
Um, yeah, no, so Repel Trick is where you have a Pokemon that is the level that you want to. Oh my god, that's so cute.
Yeah. I'm like,
Um,
that.
so basically it's like you're using the repel to force Pokemon of a specific level to spawn. So I was using level 15 repel tricks. So I had a level 15 lead, and I would use repels so that only level 15 Vulpix would spawn, right?
Okay.
Because I didn't want to get anything that wasn't a Vulpix. We call that phasing.
How does the repel trick work?
So repels only repel Pokemon above your lead's level. Or below, sorry, below your lead's level, sorry.
Okay.
So let's say I'm wandering in an area that only has like level 15 Pokemon with a level 60 Pokemon, and I use a repel, that means anything under level 60 gets repelled.
Oh.
So by using that to our advantage, or like I said, I had a level 15 lead, I would only get level 15 Vulpix because that was the highest level on the encounter table. And if I did it in the morning or at night, then Stantler would spawn. So I did it specifically during the day to only get Vulpix spawns. These are
Okay.
fun little mechanics that shiny hunters do.
I need to start using this trick just for my Nuzlocking.
Yeah.
Just so that way it's like I can ensure I'm getting a Pokemon at the highest level. So one, that's less grinding.
Yeah, Nuzlockers use it too to guarantee specific encounters as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just a shiny hunting trick. It's definitely like a trick that a lot of different Pokemon players use, but it's
Yeah.
mostly used by the shiny hunting community to guarantee a like if to try to guarantee the shiny that you're hunting for. Because
Okay.
in the older games you couldn't really choose that because it's all random, hence
Yeah.
random encounters. Whereas
Randomization.
in the newer games you can kind of pick and choose as you go
Okay, that's
due
cool.
to how the encounters work. So by utilizing the repel and the encounter tables, you can kind of pick or like what mon you're gonna get,
Hmm.
and it's neat. It's a very neat trick. I like it.
Totally not writing
Uh,
notes down right now.
Fox is learning things from shiny hunting.
Yes. I learn a lot of
um,
things from watching you shiny hunt.
um, it's the same with the roaming hunts as well. You probably saw me doing a little bit of that during Roamer Week a
Those are
little
the
while
ones
back.
where I definitely look at you like you're a crazy person.
Yeah, so with the roaming dogs, I have a level 40 Mamoswine, and that level 40 Mamoswine should be able to KO both of the dogs with one earthquake. So what you do is you reset the route by going in and out of Ecruteak City until you encounter a dog. You kill it if it's not shiny, and then you keep going until you find the other dog. And if it's not shiny, then you soft reset. Yeah,
Okay. There's a lot of murder.
yeah.
The one thing that always kind of
I
confused me
have
though
not finished that hunt yet.
is when I'm watching you do it is like how do you get both of the dogs in the Ecruteak area?
So the way that roamers work is that they move areas um when you like, so it's kind of interesting in that when you leave and re-enter an area, the roamer will move unless you're going through a gate. They won't
Hmm.
move if you're going through a gate. And this is specifically in Gen 4. It works differently in Gen 3, but in Gen 4, they won't move if you're going through a gate. So when I was hunting Latias, I would have to, and it's a lot more irritating in Heart Gold and Soul Silver because you have to constantly open up the Poke Gear. But so what would happen is I would go up and down Vermilion City. Uh, so go into the route back into the city and reset the roamer that way. And how I was doing it was that um, I would go into the grass, come out, go into the grass, come down, go into the grass, come down, kind of like you do with the dogs. But I figured out a trick. I didn't figure it out. I learned it from someone else who was crazy enough to do the roaming hunts. But I saw this trick where you get Latios onto, or Latios, it works with either or, onto one of the routes, one of the four routes surrounding Saffron City, go through the gates and onto that route and encounter it that way. And it's a really cool trick. It really sped up my encounters that way.
Okay.
So you're basically just going on and off of routes trying to get the roamers where you want them to be. And that's how you encounter
Ah,
them.
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So that's how you shiny hunt roamers because they're generated. as soon as they're released, right? So you like
Yeah.
you have to save right before they're released. So sitting down and seeing that cutscene at every fucking reset is kind of annoying. Um I remember that I was hunting the dogs and I would reset and I would immediately press down on my D-pad because I was so used to hunting Latias. And then I'd be like, wait a second.
Oh man.
Cause like I'm saved like right on the stairs. You walk down one step and then they're released. But like for Latias, I saved in front of the door to exit the fan club. And then when you exit the fan club, Steven comes up to you and tells you about Latias and then leaves. So every time I would get onto the game, my brain just like on its own just presses down
I mean, hey,
without
if it
fail.
works, it works.
Like even if I'm like not even hunting for a roamer anymore, my brain is like, "Oh, we're on it. Press down. Press down, you fool."
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, it was one of the hunts of all time. Let me tell you that. The Latias roamer, and I still remember the encounter number. 12,380 was my encounter number for Latias. Um, and I remember when I got her and she scrolled across the screen and she sparkled and I sobbed, dude. I was so happy.
I bet.
Oh my god, it was so beautiful. I actually have not my reaction to finding her, but I have the reaction of me catching her in the Nocturne video. Spoilers for the Nocturne video. Because I asked chat um if they wanted me to catch her on stream, and if so, when to do it, before or after. And they said yes, catch her before. So I did it and I had it and I loaded up the VOD and I was like, oh yeah, this is when I caught Latias. Oh yeah.
And everybody was like, "Damn it, Star! Why did you not tell? Why did you not do this on screen?"
Yeah. Latias was like it was kind of hard because like I still don't have a very good setup for recording on my 3DSs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I have a harder time shiny hunting on stream because like I just don't have a good setup for it.
Yeah, that's fair. And I feel
Like
like,
I can definitely I once I get the new PC, like I know how to transfer my save files onto my PC, so I can just do it on emulator. That's no problem. It's a legit save file, so I have no problems doing it on emulator as long as I'm not cheating or anything.
fair.
Cause I did
No
that
hacking and
before.
shinies, young lady.
Yeah, I don't.
I do
I've
not
grown
understand
up.
people who do that.
Like I used to do that. I used to play through like Diamond and Pearl and just put on a shiny cheat and just, play that way because I was bored. Oh, you did that too? Nice.
I remember just turning on the every wild Pokemon is shiny.
I oh my god, I remember I traded over my Ho-Oh from my original Heart Gold save file to one of the save files of my Heart Gold so I could level it up. Or on my R4, not my fucking hell. I so I could level it up with rare candies because I was a cheater pants. And then the game crashed and the save file corrupted, so I lost my Ho-Oh forever. That's
Karma.
what you get. So you get for being a cheater pants.
I remember another code I used, which was the 100 times EXP code.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
So it was just like, I was like, I would specifically be like, okay, I had to find the correct one because I still wanted my Pokemon to evolve. So I had to make sure that the leveling stopped at like 98.
Mhm.
So that way it would get the middle evolution and then I could go get the final evolution with the next level up.
Yeah, the ones that I used were like wild shinies, infinite rare candies, infinite master balls, shit like that.
Yep.
I think we've all had that.
And I think we've all probably also used the catch trainers Pokemon.
Oh yeah, that's a good one as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, I did that so often.
It was a lot of fun, honestly. And
Yeah,
it's like, as long as you didn't like, as long as you're not an asshole who's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna go call myself a shiny hunter because I used the cheat code,
yeah. I
or
in that video I sent you, um, they were like shinies are so annoying. Like if you like the fact that they're really rare is annoying. If you want a shiny, just hack it in, and that physically made me angry.
I'm gonna stand by this one. I'm gonna say, if you want to hack in a shiny, go right on ahead, but do not call yourself a shiny hunter.
Hmm.
Do not
Do
say it's like,
not
I
if
got
you're
this
gonna
shiny.
if you're gonna hack in a shiny, don't belittle people who actually put in the work to find it.
Yeah. Like if I was to like go in and say, hey, here's this shiny Pokemon, and I would probably named it Haxon. Uh because it's
I
like
remember I remember I was in I entered a like a small tournament in the game club for my high school,
mhm.
and the the club leader was like, "I'm gonna double check your teams to make sure y'all aren't hacking." And she looked at my team full of shiny evolutions.
What? They try to say you couldn't get that?
No, no, she didn't. She didn't. She just looked at me. She went, "Good job." I
Were
remember that same club. I was hanging out right after Sun and Moon came out, and I was doing the SOS method, and I found a shiny Rockruff, and I was like, "Shiny Rockruff!" And then everyone came over, and she looked at me, and she goes, "Can I have that?" And I was like, "No,
dang Star. Star
this is
said
my shiny
no.
Rockruff."
To be fair, that's legit actually.
So like I was known as a legit shiny hunter there, so it's not like, you know, they could like say, "Oh, you're hacking," but no, like I don't think I am.
Mhm.
Cause when have I ever actually hacked in a shiny? Other than when I was a stupid kid.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. But yeah, it's like, don't, if you're gonna hack something in, do not call yourself a shiny hunter, and please, for the love of all that is holy, don't go to competitions.
That's the worst part.
It's just, I'm just like, people who are like, I'm gonna hack in a Pokemon and then go to go to play competitive. It's just really dumb. And I realize there are
Yeah.
some people who straight up say it's like, oh well, I just don't have time for the work ethic, and it's like, I get this, and I would say it's like, you know what would be great if Pokemon did is if in the end they just used Pokemon Showdown,
Yeah,
or like
but
if
they still host like
yeah,
competitive tournaments in their own games though.
yeah.
I
Another way to
mean,
look at it is like having two
building
different
Pokemon,
leagues,
yeah, that is also true.
like
Like
have two different
building
leagues.
Pokemon though has like never been easier in main
Yeah,
series though. Like
that's true.
with the fucking gachapon machine in the Indigo Disc, like you get money so easily and you can just go buy vitamins. You don't even have to EV train anymore.
I mean, to be fair, anybody remember like what EV training was like in X and Y?
Oh, super training!
I do not care what anyone else says. I loved super training.
Super training was the shit, dude.
I
Oh my
spent
god.
hours making my Pokemon as buff as possible with that shit. I was like,
I used super training, but I didn't understand how EVs worked, so my Pokemon
same.
were still really bad.
I also did not understand how EV training worked. I was just like, oh, so if I use this, they get a specific stat boost, and that's all I cared about.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, okay, everything is attack and speed,
Mhm.
even the special attackers.
I I just put everything into
Ugh,
speed.
yeah.
Unless I needed a Pokemon where I was like, okay, you need to you don't look very bulky. You have very low defense. Gave him all defense stats.
Yeah.
I was
EV
like,
training is certainly something.
my thing with
I've
EV training was I was like, I'm gonna take your weakest stats and make them better. I didn't care about strengthening the stats that were already good.
uh, I mean,
I
as
don't
long
think
as you're giving them like a nature that also like helps out with that, but like
so.
it's
I'm
better
gonna
to just
say at
it's
that
better to just
time,
like it's better to like go all in on their strengths, I think.
yeah, that's fair. But this was when I was stupid.
Yeah,
Because I have to
yeah.
confess, I didn't know that Pokemon natures affected stats back then.
It's okay, neither did I.
Like the only
Uh,
reason I even know any of what EVs are or that natures affect stats is because I started watching Pokemon Nuzlocke, specifically the Team 4-star one. And they were
mm.
explaining a lot of it because they started explaining that they tricked their friend, telling him that that in order to have a competitive Pokemon team, you had to have some form of EV. So the
Is
guy
that not how you
go
make a competitive team?
so the guy goes, "Oh shit, I'm going to run Flareon because I think my opponent will run Leafeon."
Oh my god.
And I'm like, "This is amazing."
Oh my god.
Like I wouldn't have bought that because that's so obviously a punk.
Yeah, what really got me interested in competitive battling was Pimp Knight. I don't know if you know Pimp Knight, but he's fucking hilarious.
Hey Daryl.
Um, hey Daryl. I started watching him like ages ago. I don't remember exactly when I started watching him, but he does he it's not really competitive, but he does online battles and he's pretty good at battling.
Mhm.
Even with the most like ridiculous teams. And like let's say he's going in with like I don't know, full Smeargle team and
Oh my god.
he's fighting someone who has all hacked legendaries and he still wins.
Damn.
Like this guy is really good at battling. He's hilarious. Oh man.
When I think of online Pokemon battles, I start thinking of those YouTube shorts of like it'll be someone who is like be like, okay, here's my team, very humble about it, and then there's always that smarmy asshole who's like, you're gonna lose, noob.
Yeah. Oh, Temp 6T. Temp 6T is good
I
shit.
I think so. I don't know the
Yeah.
username because I just kind of
Well,
scroll through them.
that's that's the one I watched.
Like I
Cuz
remember,
he always goes in with the most batshit insane teams and wins.
oh man, I'm also looking. It's like, man, this community is toxic.
Yeah, the Pokemon community like is really toxic as hell.
Would you say it's better or worse than like say the COD crowd or the Fortnite crowd?
I will I'd say it's probably better than COD.
Fair.
I don't know about Fortnite though.
I'm sorry, did you say Fortnite?
Sorry, that's what I call it.
Okay, fair enough. I gotta say, Fortnite is a game that requires its own level of skill. I will say that. But
We got a #1 victory royale.
I just can't make myself like it at all. Not because of the skill thing, but just because like literally I had a nephew who played the shit out of that game, and
Ugh.
listening to him scream and throw shit
Yeah,
was horrendous.
yeah, I'm not interested in the slightest in Fortnite at all.
Same.
It's one of those games that I just meme on. Same with
Yep.
like Pleb Watch and League of Losers and
Be honest, don't think I have the patience to grind through the RNG of Pokemans, but at least Mystery Dungeon has mitigated much of the RNG of min-maxing recruits.
oh, that's a good topic. Spin-off games. You played any spin-offs?
No,
Oh,
I've only ever played the main series,
this is
because
so sad.
those are the ones where like my parents were aware of them. Because
I
at the
played Mystery Dungeon and Ranger
I
and Rumble for the 3DS.
I think the only spin-off games is, and I would honestly kind of call them as like they're spin-offs because they are Pokemon games, but I honestly consider them kind of their own things. Is like there was this Pokemon Wii game that I can't remember for the life of me. It was basically like a fighting game.
Battle Revolution?
Maybe?
Yeah, that's like Stadium.
It was definitely during like Gen 4 because I remember you being able to
Yeah.
play Infernape.
Yeah, it was definitely Battle Revolution then. Yeah.
And then I did like how Pokken looks like. That one
Oh
looked
yeah,
fun.
Pokken. I've never played Pokken
Neither do
because
have I.
I'm not really big on fighting games.
I
Like I can
love like fighting games.
I can barely play Smash.
Every time some and every
Oh, does
time
Smash count? Does Smash count as a spin-off?
no, because it's kind of its own thing, but it includes Pokemon.
Yeah, I know. I like to play Greninja in Smash.
Hmm.
I've played Greninja, I've played Pichu. I played Jonker.
Not surprised
Jonker
at all.
Jonker is the main reason I even bought Smash. Um, but yeah, Battle Revolution.
Okay.
I definitely wanted to try it, but I never had the chance to.
Yeah. I love fighting games. That was my bread and butter as a kid. So like whenever everyone is like, "Man, you obviously haven't played enough JRPGs." I'm like, "Okay. Let's go ahead and clarify something." So which part are you mocking me about? The part that I don't play enough JRPGs because there are reasons for this. One, I mostly play games that are based around anime that I like. So, and as a kid, you only had access to like what was on television.
You know, like those really crappy Pokemon ripoffs?
Mm, gonna have to be more specific.
You know, like I don't know if they're crappy. I haven't played a lot of them, but you know, like shit that's like monster catching that everyone says is a Pokemon ripoff because it's a monster catching game.
We talking about Digimon?
Sure, we could lump Digimon in there.
Because
Digimon,
I'm just
Temtem,
saying.
World, stuff like that.
I'm just saying. It's like so many people were like divisive when I was a kid about Digimon, but it was
'Cause
like
I was gonna say because this is really fun Pokemon ripoff. You should definitely give a shot to
Monster
that
Racers.
I made a video of.
I knew we were gonna. I knew we were gonna say it.
You
I
should
knew
definitely give that
exactly
a
which
try
one you were
sometime.
thinking of.
Look, I know this video is about Pokemon, but I'm gonna have to give a shout out to my one of my favorite childhood games, Monster Racers,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a lot of fun and you should definitely give it a shot.
I mean, I can't say anything about you like plugging that in because it's like I'm over here talking about fighting games
Yeah, I know.
because it's just like it's like everyone again like it doesn't bother me, but it kind of does when everyone is like, okay, you didn't play enough JRPGs. I'm like, yeah, because one, I've always confessed that I've only played games that were based around anime I liked, and as a kid, you only had access to what was on the TV. So I mostly played Dragon Ball games, Naruto games, Digimon. What's another one? Well, obviously Pokemon. I played some of the
I
Yu-Gi-Oh
played
games.
I played a lot of like monster catching kind of.
Yeah.
I want to say like I played obviously Pokemon. I played Monster Racers. I
Mm-hmm.
played like a lot of animal type games, Nintendogs, shit like that. Pets, the Pets series. Oh my god, do I love the Pets series. That's Pets with a Z, by the way. um
Doesn't
a Little Big
Yu-Gi-Mons count as
Planet,
a Mon series too? No, it's not. But
Skylanders. I had a lot of fun with Skylanders.
Skylanders
You
was
ever
weird.
you ever play Skylanders?
No, I was interested in it though because I like the little. Skylanders is the one that had the little figurines, right?
Yeah, with the portal of power.
I was interested in it, but this kind of goes into the thing with the me not playing enough JRPGs or enough video games is my
I never
family
did
was
beat that game.
broke. Like vast
Oh,
majority
that
of the
would do it.
time, we didn't really have a lot of money for me to just go like, okay, I want this game that I don't know if I'm actually gonna like. So it was
Mhm.
easier to like tell my parents about stuff that I was interested in and get video games based
Mhm.
around it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
My genre of games is like all over the place. Cause
nice,
like Daryl said, I main Megaton. So of course I'd be an expert at catching mons. Uh,
dude.
but I but I also played shit like Sly Cooper and
Oh,
Little Big Planet. Like my
I am so
fucking
jealous about the Sly Cooper thing.
Sly
I
Cooper is a
I want to
blast.
play that so badly, but I would have to buy console,
Aw.
and that fucking sucks.
If you ever visit, I've got it on PlayStation 3, the entire trilogy.
I wish they seriously, Sly Cooper, please come to Steam. I'm begging you.
Ratchet and Clank, shit like that. Oh my god.
Oh man.
And now I'm just a fucking Atlas cocksucker.
I also want to there was something I was gonna say. Oh, yeah, Megaten or Atlas Games. That is to tie that into Pokemon, that is the shit that early 2000s Christian parents thought Pokemon was.
Yeah, exactly. And
The
that's why I love it so much.
Like, I'm sorry. I was not aware of this until adulthood that apparently in the early 2000s and before that, Christian parents were like against Pokemon because it was about making pacts with devils.
Yep.
And then I get
Oh, the good times.
and then I am like watching Star play literally a video game where they're summoning demons. And I'm
Yeah,
sitting
it's
here and
good
I'm like,
shit.
how did this not get protested?
Because SMT didn't really, first of all, it wasn't targeted towards children.
I
I
guess
think
that's
it's always been like rated T or M.
yeah, I guess that's fair.
And I don't think it really came to the West until much later.
Well, that was smart of them.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the frick is
I
this?
don't know when SMT got ported over to the West.
I mean, I can look that up.
'Cause
SMT USA
that's true.
release date. And it's not telling me shit. All right. I guess because I put SMT instead of just putting Shin Megami Tensei.
Shin Megami Tensei.
Okay, well, the first game apparently released in 1992.
Haha! Predates Pokemon. Who's a ripoff
And then
now?
the second I try to type in US release, it's showing me Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance.
Hey yo! It's a good game.
I'm just like, that's not what I'm looking for.
It's
But
a good
okay.
game.
I'm just going
I
to
should go back
assume.
and get the other endings.
I'm just going to say, basically released probably in the US sometime after 1992.
Well, I don't even know if SMT1 got a US release.
Okay.
Say
This thing is gonna annoy the hell out of me, isn't it? Because then I was like,
Oh,
okay,
okay. Shin Megami Tensei 1 came out on iOS in March of 2014.
huh?
All right, let's go Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. I wrote in Cockturn by accident.
May 25th, 2021.
That's the HD remaster.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the first one they're giving me after just typing in SMT3.
2004. So it came out a year after its initial release.
Okay. I kind of miss playing on a PlayStation.
PlayStation is the best. I love PlayStation.
Like, as somebody who has used both PlayStation and Xbox, I'm gonna say I have a preference for the PlayStation. I think the controller sits more comfortably in my hand because it's smaller. Some people have complained about that design and said, "Oh, well, Xbox feels more comfortable in my hand." And it's like, you realize that's just because you grew up with Xbox, most likely. Because
Listen,
let's,
I had both an Xbox and a PlayStation growing up. I
yeah.
mean, my older brother had the Xbox, and me and Aiden shared the PlayStation. But I've played both, and I do prefer the PlayStation over the Xbox.
Mhm. Same. I'm just saying, it's like most people, if you ask them for some reason, they'll say it's like, it'll be this one person who says, like, nah, I've never played PlayStation. I've always played Xbox. Or I've always played PlayStation. I've never played Xbox. It's like,
Yeah. 'Cause it's like fucking it's like fucking Apple versus Android, you know? Like, if you've
uh,
been on one forever, then you're okay, I've been on Android forever because my dad didn't like Apple, and so when I asked him for an iPod, he said "fuck no" and got me an Android version instead.
I
So
am Android all the way.
I've been on Android since I was a kid. My friends all have, well, not all of them, but like most of them have Apple devices, and they'll like and they'll like hand me their phones to look at something, and I'm like, "How do you use this?
I know, right?
How?"
You would you would think it's like, oh well, it's still just a cell phone, right? It should be simple to use. And then I go and use, like, my mom bought an iPhone once and she asked me how to fix things on it, and I'm like, what the fuck am I
Bitch, you think
looking
I
at?
know?
I'm like, you hand me an Android, I could probably figure it out in 5 seconds, but I have
Yeah,
no
it's
idea where anything is on this iPhone.
yeah, it's like, why does it only have one button? Where are the rest of them?
Oh my god.
Where's my back button?
And then it's hilarious because it's like I'm like, I don't think anyone who uses an Apple gets confused when they get handed an Android,
Yeah.
because it's so easy to tell what it is. We have the very clear buttons.
Yeah, like I handed my friend my phone to input her Wi-Fi password, and it's like, and every time she just inputs it with ease. They hand me their iPhones to type in the password when they come over to my place, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?
Oh man.
What in God's name did you just put in my hand?"
And then they look at you like you're the idiot. Like, how do you not know how to work an iPhone? It's like, because I've
First of
never
all,
used.
first of all, so tiny. Why is the keyboard so small?
Oh my god.
Why? Oh my god. Second of all, there is no second point. Where are my buttons at?
I get so confused because, like, I'll go and look for something and the symbols are so completely different, it confuses the absolute shit out of me for a moment.
Yeah.
Like, for one, I'm so used to, like, looking for, like, Google Chrome
Mhm.
as, like, they
And
have
they have
Safari.
fucking Safari. Yeah.
Which, by the way, I've used Safari. I, like, when I was in high school, I had to do all of my my graphic design work on a Mac.
Mhm.
So I did get very used to, like, the UI of a phone. So I do recognize Safari, but sometimes it takes me a fucking minute.
Yeah, we didn't have
And they have
MacBooks in
this,
my high school. We had Chromebooks.
and then they have these, the settings button is so freaking, like, weird looking to me.
Yeah.
Where it's like, on Android it's just a little gear icon.
Yeah.
On iPhone it's like a mesh of gears, and I'm like, what the frick is this?
Why do you have more than one gear? Why?
It
Psst.
and
What I don't like about Apple devices is that they're very frail.
oh yeah.
I've had I've had this new phone for like 2-ish months now,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't have a case for 3 weeks because I was waiting for Redbubble to get phone cases for my new phone
Yep.
because it didn't have any in my size. So I was literally going out places with my phone that had no case on it. And you know what? It's fine. It's totally a-okay. You try that with an iPhone, you drop it once,
iPhone dropped
gone,
from 5 feet. Well, time to get a new
gone.
phone.
Android,
Android
you could
dropped
drop
from
that
five
from like a
feet.
you
It's a
could
little
drop that
scut, but
from a
that's it.
you can drop that shit from a 5-story building and it would be fine.
I have dropped my phone so many times, like, without a phone case, and it's like I'll pick it right back up and it's fine.
Yeah, it's insane. That's why I'm fine getting like a case from Redbubble because like Android devices are good enough that I can literally just like I can just chuck it across the room and it would be fine.
I know this doesn't make sense because we're talking about cell phones, but this just made me suddenly think of the weird ass loyalty. Like my brain just went through like a whole hula hoop of things. Basically, it went from cell phone to started thinking about apps, and then I remember this Pokédex app that I downloaded, and then that started
Oh.
making me think of like the weird loyalty that people have to their specific like research tools for Pokemon. Bulbapedia, Cerebi,
Mhm.
uh, and all this. And it's like it's all just gonna tell you the same information. Now, I will say I think Bulbapedia does give like more detailed
Oh, excuse
information.
me.
Like if I look up gym leaders, it will tell me not only the Pokemon, but it'll also tell me like I think the general move set of those Pokemon. Or no, that's
Mhm.
Cerebi does that too, actually.
Yeah, Cerebi does do that.
So it's like in the
I
end,
I'm
you
I'm more of a Cerebi type of person, but I'll go to Bulbapedia if I have to. I'm
yeah.
not gonna like fucking boycott Bulbapedia for no reason.
I think for me,
I
it's
also
like
I think I've been using Pokemon DB
mm-hmm.
database.net
Yeah,
recently. I like that one a lot more.
that makes sense. That one's very easy because I can just type in whatever Pokemon I'm looking for and it'll just bring it up.
Yeah, I use that when I'm doing I use that when I'm doing Pokerogue runs because the interface is just so good and
Yeah.
so clean and it's so easy to find everything.
Mm-hmm. Like that's the main
Um
thing with me, like with Cerebi versus Bulbapedia, is that I think Cerebi's UI is cleaner,
mhm,
and I know my way around the website, so I know where everything is already.
mhm.
Versus like having to go learn a whole new one. Like that's the only reason I don't go to Bulbapedia unless I'm looking for like directly information and Google pulls it up first.
Yeah.
And
Um
then Pokemon DB
Daryl
is really
Daryl
clean
brought up
UI.
Daryl brought up Nokia phones and I was going to use that to segue back into Pokemon because it reminds me when I was playing Pokemon Uranium, they added a new type first of all, called the nuclear type, and then they added a new evolution based on that type called Nucleon that I called Nokia for no reason. I don't
Oh
know why.
man.
Nucleon just sounded like Nokia to me.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I think I had a Nokia when I was in high school.
I didn't, but there was this game I liked to play when I was younger called Disney Extreme Skateboard Adventure,
Hmm.
and they had Nokia phones in there.
Damn.
And yeah, it's good times. I
Thought
love
you were
that
going to
game, by the
say a
way.
Nokia phone can crack a Geodude.
Yeah, it's funny because Nokia phones are like unbreakable, but the nuclear type is weak to everything except or super effective against everything, and I think weak to everything as well. Except like
Oh,
it's
that's a good balance.
super effective against everything and except for steel and nuclear.
Hmm.
I'll have
Nuke
to check
types
that.
Johanna.
Pokemon uranium nuclear type is a cool ass type. Let's see. Oh, yeah, weak to everything and deals double damage to everything except for nuclear and steel type.
What type would a Nokia Pokemon be? What type is Rotom?
Ghost electric.
There you go. Because of the Rotom phones.
You should try out uranium. It was a lot of fun. I like that game.
I keep hearing about it, and it's like all I hear is this game is banned.
Yeah, it is banned, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
We
but
should segue
I'm
into
spoiled by streaming, where it's like I don't want to do things by myself.
yeah. Let's segue into fan games. Other than Reborn, have you played any fan games?
Pokemon Glazed.
Oh,
Assuming that it's the same one, unless y'all's Pokemon Glaze is about some dude being high, because I remember it being like we were
no,
in.
it's the donut region with the Pikachu and the
Yes.
scarf. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
I
exactly
did
which one
play
you're talking
that.
about.
I didn't get to finish it, but it was very interesting.
I never finished it as well. I did get like a little bit into it, and then I think I was playing it on my old phone, one of my old phones at least.
Hmm.
So,
And of course, I've played Infinite Fusion, so that's one.
oh yeah, that's a
That is
classic one.
such a fun game.
That it
I
really is.
I love the amount of work that people put into it. The sprite designs are fantastic.
Oh yeah.
It's really simple to play. I think the only thing I could really complain about it is probably how difficult it is to manage money.
I mean, I don't think I had that much of a problem managing money later on.
You're not as big of a spender or as bad at
That's
Nuzlocke as I am.
that's true.
I think I stopped doing a Nuz. Actually, I don't think I did mine as a Nuzlocke, did I? I just played through and then I just kind of.
You did at first, and then I think you lost and then switched over to just doing it regularly.
Yeah, that makes it sound like I did it because I was bad at Nuzlocks, but the reason I did it is just because I wanted to see the fusions.
Yeah.
It's like Infinite
And
Fusions
honestly,
is so
that's the
fucking
main way.
fun.
That's the main reason to play the game, honestly.
Yeah. And it's like a lot of people say, like, oh, well, you could do Nuzlocks like this, like this, like this, like this. And it's like, it gets too convoluted since the spirit of Nuzlocke is one, you only get the first Pokemon. And then it's like, well, then it's like, but if I want a fusion, I would need to catch the Pokemon. I feel like I would easily do it. It's like, okay, I get 2 Pokemon per area. So that way I could just fuse those 2 and then boom, it's simple. But then people would be like, oh no, that breaks the rules of a Nuzlocke. And I just don't like dealing with people who try to say that I'm not doing things correctly. I put myself into a bad headspace, basically, all the time. And nobody even says shit. It's all me saying shit to myself. So I don't have a problem managing money. New Tamamo appears star. Oh, card goes swipe, swipe. This is very true.
And now it's so true.
Which is why Star has to hope that there is no Summer Koyan. But at the same time, she
Yeah.
wants it so badly.
Yeah.
To be fair, so do I. But I don't play JP, so I'm
Oh,
good.
good God.
But also to be fair, Star
Oh,
can't spend on JP.
this is true.
So she's safe for at least 2 more years.
All right, so I was looking at fan games that I have downloaded.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to check out Eternal Order, but apparently I don't have a save file for that one. So, Pokemon Flux was a good one. Only one episode out so far, but it's really good so far. Infinity, yeah, Infinity was a good one. Insurgents was a good one. Solar Light and Lunar Dark is like 500-ish new Pokemon, and only that.
She's from Japanada.
um like no other like canon Pokemon. It's like a game filled with all new ones.
I just thought of a fan-made game that I can't remember the name of. It's a game where you start on the Sevi Islands and you're like, no, maybe I'm thinking of something. I think I'm mixing games because I remember playing, because I used to really love playing the fan-made stuff because they were fun. So for example, I liked playing this one where I was a cop and I started with an Aron or a Growlithe.
Oh,
Your
that
job
sounds
was
neat.
to take out Team Rocket or something like that. There was
Mm-hmm.
another one. Okay, there was one where it's like you had been captured by the evil organization and you started out by sneaking out. But during the path of that, you were captured by a Gengar that wanted to lick your feet or something.
Oh, I think you're talking about Insurgents.
No, it wasn't Insurgents.
Are you sure? Because that one starts off with you waking up in like a cult basement with your dreams being eaten by a Gengar, and then a Mew comes and saves you.
I remember the name of it now. I think it was like Pokemon Karasu.
Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one.
Maybe it was Karasu. I don't know. But there was, yeah, it was Karasu. I do remember playing this one. I just remember like I think we were captured by Team Rocket because Team Rocket owned all of the Kanto region. The
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon League was in their pocket. And so you basically escape and your whole thing is dismantling them.
Oh,
So that
I
was
liked. It's definitely kind of similar to to Insurgents, I want to say.
I think they
Just
probably ripped it off.
yeah, just based on that premise. Like Insurgents has been out for years at this point.
Yeah.
One of like the
I think
OG fan
Insurgents
games.
basically like inspired a lot of different storylines.
Oh, definitely. If you haven't played Insurgents, it's really good.
I have seen Alpharad play it,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I kind of want to check this out, but I also want to finish Reborn first.
Insurgents,
I
Uranium.
also want to check out Renegade Platinum.
Fox, the cops are coming for you.
Damn it! I knew I should have hidden that body in the cremation area. I mean, what? Actually, I don't know if that was the cops or the fire department.
No. All I heard was emergency service blaring. So
Funny enough, we get more like we get more like fire trucks or ambulance than we do cops out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird.
I
I don't know why, but that suddenly just reminded me of when I first moved out to this area. I was just out for a walk by the road, and these people drive past me, and they just fire a gun up in the air.
What the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck was going on. I just know that I'm walking, and these people fire a gun up in the air as they're passing by.
Yo, America sounds like a fever dream.
Dude, America is nuts.
Yeah.
I'm just genuinely gonna say this. I am usually like, I'm not.
Anyway, back to Pocket
Yeah.
Monsters.
We're gonna go back to Pocket Monster because otherwise I'm gonna be on a rant. And it's worse now because with elections coming up,
Oh yeah.
I'm getting
Yeah,
hit
yeah.
with like a ton of political stuff on my YouTube shorts.
Yeah.
It sucks. I'm like, I don't want this.
Anyways,
Back to Pocket Monsters.
back to Pocket Monsters.
Did you know that politically speaking, Pokemon represents?
Dogfighting?
Oh my god!
I'm kidding. It doesn't represent dogfighting. I'm kidding.
Like, I can see why people get that, but I feel like it's more akin to like a coach in a boxing match. But at the same time, it's like you could just consider that dogfighting too.
All right. My food is ready apparently, so we should speed run through these next topics.
Do we have any more topics?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of more like favorite questions.
Okay.
All right. Favorite rival?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I can tell you mine. It's gotta be Gladian all the way, boys. That's my boy.
I think I like Barry.
Ooh, Barry. That's an interesting choice.
Like, I know that a lot of people have this issue with like the friendly rivals, but it's like Barry was kind of the friendly rival done right in a way.
Yeah, he still kicked your ass.
Yeah. It's more like the thing with Barry is that yes, he was very, oh my god, I don't know how to describe this correctly. So he wasn't like what I see as modern friendly rivals, where the modern friendly rival is just like, man, you're so cool. Let me suck your dick for a second. No,
That's what I was gonna say.
Barry is just like the entire time he tries to be helpful. He's really not though.
He's doing his best, I think.
He's doing his best, but sometimes it just makes the situation worse. But the reality of it is, he not only stands with you, but he is someone who genuinely wants to challenge you. He's like, I'm going to be the best, but it's okay if you stand right here next to me.
And don't forget, if you're late, he'll fine you $1 million.
Oh my god, yeah. It's like, I'm like, I genuinely don't want to owe this kid $1 million, so I'll race him. Like, everything is a competition with him, and it's fun. Like, yeah, sometimes he's a bit of an asshole because he's so cocky, but he's not on the level of like Blue, who is Green, who is Gary.
I call him Green.
I
flip flop. I call him Blue if we're talking about the game. I call him Green if we're talking about the manga.
Fair enough. It's just like, he is a decent rival that wants you to be competitive, that wants to compete with you the entire step of the way to find out who is the best trainer. He obviously wants to be the best, but to him, he kind of has to prove that with going against you. So maybe I'm misremembering things. People are going to say that I am, but that's how I remember my experience with Barry. He was great.
I like Gladion because when Sun and Moon came out, I was 16 and had a massive crush on him.
I was going to say because he's emo.
No.
He's edgelord.
I find him to be a very complex character.
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely like Silver in that regard, in that he seems like an emo edgelord on the surface, but he has a lot of like there's a lot of complexity to his character.
Yeah, like his mom sucks.
He's a victim of child abuse. He had to escape, and the only thing he could take with him, like he had to escape because he was breaking type null out of Aether Paradise's control. He literally saved this creature and got to name its evolution. Canon, by the way.
Nice.
Silvally is like Silver Buddy, and it's really cute. It's really cute.
Oh, man.
He uses, like, honestly, Silvally is one of my favorite Pokemon because of Gladion and the influence that he had on it.
Awesome.
It's so good. And the fact that he gives you one at the end of Sun and Moon, he's so good. And he comes back and he helps you through the Aether Paradise stuff. And and then after all that's over and he battles you at the foot of Victory Road and then he smiles.
It's the only time he's ever known true joy, when he gets his ass kicked.
He was like, "You done good. You done good." And then he just leaves. And oh my god, Sun and Moon were such good games. He's such a good character, man.
Now I wish I knew more about Gladion, because I never finished Ultra Moon.
Oh, it's so good. I fucking love Gladion, dude.
Who would you say is the worst rival?
Worst rival?
I obviously can't say anything about like the modern rivals because it's like
probably. I mean, Hop has a lot of problems, right? Hop is all, he's living in his brother's shadow. He's just trying to be the best, and he keeps falling short, and he's doing his best and whatnot. But I find him kind of annoying, and the fact that they recycled Hao's animations for him really just makes me think he's just a reskinned Hao.
I'm gonna be real about Hao real quick. I don't view Hao as a rival.
He's the friend.
Yeah.
The friend rival, which is, and like,
I don't even consider him.
Hao is fine, right?
Yeah.
As a rival. I don't see him much as a rival in the same way that like I view Gladion as a rival, because Gladion at least puts up a fucking fight.
Hao is, in my opinion, he's like when you and your friend are like, hey, let's both try out this thing. We both like it, but we have no competition between us. That's what I mean when I say I don't view him as a rival. He's more like, hey, do you want to try out this new thing I just learned? And we're like, we both like it.
You basically move to Alola, and then everyone around you is like, all right, you're gonna take on the island trial. All right, have fun. You
have fun, you damn foreigner, because we know you're not from Alola.
Have fun, you fucking foreigner.
It's like, because everybody, everywhere we go, is like, oh, hey, you're not from around here.
Yeah. So it's like, Hao is kind of like your rival in that you're in a new place, and he's like being like a friendly rival in that he's helping you along your journey in this new environment.
Why can't he just be our friend?
Well, he's like our friend already. Like every time we see him, he goes, "Hey pal, let's battle," and that's what you do.
I did not agree to being your pal. I did not sign this contract.
I'm not your pal, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy.
Hold on, let me do my best Aventurine impression. Well,
How?
Friend, I don't believe we signed any kind of agreement. That was terrible.
So, yeah, favorite rival is Gladian. Second
Yeah.
favorite rival is Silver, and least favorite rival is
I just remember
uh,
Lily's entire rant about Silver.
uh the thing that I didn't like about Sword and Shield is that it basically felt like a reskin of Sun and Moon. You had Hop, who is just a reskin of How. You had Bede, who is a reskin of Gladian. I don't know what Marnie was or what her deal was, but her fucking fan base was a reskin of Team Skull. Best fucking evil team, by the way.
So, does that mean that she's a reskin of the guy that leads Team
Kuzma.
Skull?
Nah, because they're just her rabid fan base, and she's
Oh,
just kind of
man.
there. But Marnie had a pretty baller theme, not gonna lie.
Nice.
And I do like dark types, so I mean, Marnie, you scored some points with me.
I think if I had to choose my least favorite, because I can only pick from the ones I've actually played. You know what? I'm gonna give it Blue. Least favorite.
Damn, Blue? Alright.
Yeah. The dude is an asshole.
Yeah, he's literally an asshole for no
I'm
reason.
sorry. Like in this okay. If you want to give him the benefit of the doubt because he calls us pal one time, I'm sorry. I saw
It was a condescending pal.
it. That's what it always felt like to me. Is that when he says pal, it's more like, how you doing, pal? You ready to get your ass kicked?
Mm-hmm.
The way he
And that's
like,
probably what he would say if this wasn't an E for everyone game.
yeah, it's like, oh my god. The fact that one, like, okay, his first concern when he's in a Pokemon graveyard while everyone else is mourning their dear loved ones. He's like, hey, you wanna fight in the middle of this graveyard?
And the fact that he literally just buried his fucking Raticate too. Man has no shame.
Damn. Oh, my biggest favorite one. The Sylph Company Tower is in the
Oh
middle of
yeah.
a
Where he just walks
takeover.
in,
He
where
just,
he walks in to fight you and then leaves.
no kidding, right in front of the boss at
Yeah,
that
what a
is like,
fucking guy.
oh yeah, the boss is like right through there, but I'm gonna kick your ass first.
I'm gonna say it now. I'm gonna say it now. He's a way better character in the manga.
I bet.
I'm
But
I'm gonna
the
say it now. Everyone is a better character in the manga.
but it's just like he is the worst because I get no connotation whatsoever that we were supposed to be friends with him, and I don't know what the fuck. Is
Like
she who will not be named thought when she was like, "Oh, we're obviously best pals." He's just joshing you, and it's
he's
like
just joshing
when
ya.
he's saying "smell you later," it's not about seeing like saying like "see you later." It's like saying he's saying you stink.
Yeah.
Like that's the way I always viewed it.
I
Is that when he says he's gonna
yeah.
smell us later, is that it's that we stink.
I think that red and green, I think that their rivalry is way more believable in the manga
They're like,
as a, as opposed to in the games.
mhm.
And like and it's really interesting. If I haven't convinced anyone to read the manga, by the way, you should read the manga. Satoshi Tajiri, the creator of Pocket Monsters himself, has said that Pokemon Adventures is the closest that we have gotten to his vision of the Pokemon world.
Nice.
So if that doesn't tell you anything, if that doesn't tell you that you should just leave right now and go read Pokemon Adventures, then I don't know what will. Because honestly, Pokemon Adventures is peak Pokemon
I'll
writing.
go read it
You
right
will
now if
not.
somebody pays me.
All right, where's your PayPal? How
uh,
much do you want?
oh man,
Like Pokemon Adventures is so fucking good.
it
Like,
really is.
oh
Hey,
my
what's up, Red?
god.
Like I've only read like I think the first chapter of it, and I remember loving it.
Oh, it's so good. There's a fucking fan game for it. That's how good it is.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I haven't played it, but I really wanted to a little while back, but the fucking audio was really messed up,
Ow.
so I didn't. But the stream was titled "Pokesphere Reader plays the fan game," or "Pokemon Adventures Reader plays the fan game for the first time." Pokesphere
Hmm.
fan. Team Rocket and Adventures was fuck yeah, it was.
Wasn't that also the one? Oh yeah, I do remember another scene from it where it was like, weren't was the Pokemon SB? That was the one where they had the fused legendary birds, right?
Yes, that is where Zapmolkuno comes from.
I hate that thing.
Yeah, right? It
That
was
was a
yeah, oh,
pain in
it's Chef's Kiss, it's so good. I'm
that.
gonna go reread Pokespy after this.
She will. She'll be up all night now.
I have a complete collection all the way up to X and Y. I will do it.
She's gonna be up all night.
It
That's just great.
it's so good. All right, next one. Favorite champion.
Oh, I so badly want to give the basic answer by saying
Oh, he's gonna say
Cynthia.
Cynthia.
But I'm gonna say it's like it's not even a basic answer because of like, oh man, Cynthia's hot. It's like, no, it's because Cynthia is like the legitimately challenging champion.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't remember out of all the games I played, I don't remember struggling with the champion in any way other than like when Cynthia was just fucking nailing my ass. Innuendo is completely accepted. I don't give a shit.
She's the only one to actually feel like a champion. Uh, I mean, listen, my favorite champion also came and hung out throughout the majority of the game. Oh, in anime. We're not talking anime, we're talking games. um, to the point where you even got to do a double battle with them.
We talking about Steven?
We're talking about Steven. Steven fucking Stone, man. My first Pokemon crush when I was like 6 years old. I love that guy. Holy crapoly. And he like comes and he talks to you throughout the game. You fucking deliver a letter to him and he's like, "Oh, thank you. Here's my TM. My favorite TM." What does that say? He gave you his favorite fucking TM.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Steven is a handsome little guy. I'd give him a smooch.
Sorry, I was over here looking up the champion for Gen 3, and I was like, okay, so Steven is just the champion in Ruby and
Ruby and
Sapphire.
Sapphire.
So that's why I
And
haven't fought him, because
yeah,
I haven't
there
completed
is
any of the Ruby and
there is a
Sapphires.
s- there is a secret battle in Emerald though.
Ooh.
In the top of Meteor Falls, you can find him and he's just sitting there and he's like, "Oh, okay, I'll give you a battle." Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like if I managed to actually fight Steven, then I'd
I
probably put
mean,
him and Cynthia like pretty close together, like as far as a champion goes.
if you've played Oras, then he's the champion in that.
I only played Aura, like I only made it to the Elite Four in Auras, or rather, I made it to the beginning
Oh,
of Victory Row before I got swept.
oh, Rip Bozo.
So I
No
didn't get to
season for
complete
you.
that.
What about Red?
What about you?
Red isn't.
Red's not a champion though. Like he did become like the champion of the Pokemon League, but then he
Yeah, we're talking
retired.
about like
But we're
we're
talking
talking
like
about like
official league. We're talking about
established
the
champions throughout the
official league
game.
champion you would fight at the end of the Elite Four.
Yeah.
So Red never officially held the league champion status despite becoming the Pokemon champion. I mean,
Oh, fuck me, dude. I forgot about N
did
as a
N be?
rival.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
I tend to forget him as a rival
Yeah, he's my third favorite rival. There we go.
because he's kind of that weird space where he's also the leader of Team Plasma. So I tend,
No, his father is the leader of Team Plasma.
yeah, but they want to use him as the leader, so
No, Getsus is gaslighting him.
he's gaslighting all of them.
That's true.
But what I mean is like the Plasma Grunts and stuff look up to N, so I tend to think of N as the boss Better
Well,
than
he's still
Getsis.
he's still technically a rival because he still shows up and he battles you and he talks about his ideals with you because
Mm-hmm.
that's the theme of the game, truth and ideals.
Oh God. All right, yep.
That's a good meme. Good
That is
meme.
so true. But yeah, no, I just like I tend to forget about and like he's
But
definitely the
technically,
he is definitely the
technically
most
N
rival like character, honestly.
technically N was the champion because he defeated Alder.
Ooh, true.
And then we caught the legendary dragon and then we fought him.
So
But
technically,
we
we were
didn't
the champion.
technically get yeah, but we didn't technically enter the Hall of Fame until you re-challenge the Elite Four, but
But doesn't that also mean that In also can't technically be the champion?
mm,
But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think In definitely and he's definitely one of the most rival like characters because it becomes it becomes not just a thing of like, hey, we're rivals because we were friends or something, so now we're competing. Hit like with N, we're ideological rivals.
yeah, like N literally represents the theme of the game, and I love that about him.
It's very
N
fun.
in Pokespy, like I loved N in the game. N in Pokespy like pissed me off until the very end, and I was like, God damn it, you got me.
Yeah.
Like I will praise the black and white arc in Pokespy until the day I die. It is the best arc.
Ooh.
It is the best arc.
Star wants to
And
hype
that's
this up so badly, so I'll read it.
and that's coming from the person who also really, really, really liked the Ruby and Sapphire arc. But I think that Black and White had the best arc. I think it was
Hmm.
the best written arc. It was so good. And that ending kills me every time. Oh.
Okay, so we've said Cynthia and Steven for best champion. Who do you think is the worst champion?
Worst champion. Worst champion.
Wallace.
Wallace.
I'm just like, that's the easiest champion fight to ever exist.
Nah, I don't like. Listen, okay. So when we say worst, do we think like terrible, as in like terrible team, or like do we how much we hate them? Because like I hate Wallace with a burning passion.
I think either or.
Okay. Terrible team. Let's see.
I go I go
I don't think any champion has a terrible team, to be honest.
I go with Wallace because like his team is like actually fairly easy to get through because it's just all water.
Yeah, that's easy if you bring a grass type now, isn't it?
Grass or electric.
Yeah, I didn't bring either of those. I had a Gardevoir with Calm Mind and Thunderbolt.
That sounds like a skill issue on your part.
Ugh, sorry for not having any electric types in Hoenn that are good.
Huh? Did you
I
not?
mean, Manectric is good until the physical special split.
Fair enough. Um,
But I don't know. Wallace, I fucking hate that guy. I could never fucking beat him. But that's just a skill issue on my part. I don't bring electric or grass types with me anywhere unless it's Roserade or Lantern
and then it's
or
like if you want to counter his Tentacruel, Psychic type is good.
yeah.
Ludicolo, you could just
Oh,
bring.
Ludiloco always gets bodied by the Crobat.
Yep. I think his biggest, like the hardest one you would have a hard time fighting is probably that Whiscash.
Milotic. Milotic is fat, all right, and hits like a truck.
Fair enough. Red, if we were to talk about riding, it would still be Wallace.
Fuck that guy. He sits in his cave and he's like, "Where do you think Rayquaza is?" Like, oh, fuck you.
It would just straight up still be Wallace, who literally, like, if I recall correctly, only appears once, and that's at the league?
No. In his stupid cave.
I literally cannot remember him in that cave. That's how inconsequential Wallace is.
Yeah, like in Emerald, after both Groudon and Kyogre are released, you
Oh,
try to
now I
sweep
remember.
Obelisk, and then Steven is like, "Here's the Cave of Origin. Go talk to Wally."
Yeah,
Not
I
Wally,
remember this
Wallace.
now.
And then you go in, and then Wallace is like, "Huh, I wonder where Ray is." And then you say Sky Pillar, and he's like, "Oh, you're right. I shall meet you there." And then just leaves. And then he opens up the Sky Pillar, and then you have to climb it. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Oh man, yeah. No, Wallace is still the worst. Is still definitely the worst written champion
Fuck you, Wallace.
because he
Oh my
literally
god.
does nothing.
I like in Oras where they give him that really out of place booty shot, though. It's kind of funny.
Oh man, I'm actually trying to think. Because in Black and White, it's been so long since I've played that I can't remember. I mean, Alder is kind of around, but I don't really. It's harder to comment there because I haven't played it in so
Yeah.
long that I don't
I mean,
remember anything.
Alder is kind of around in Black and White 1, and then you see him get beat at the Elite Four, and then you don't even get to fight him until you re-challenge it. So I
Yeah,
mean,
and
but like
then
Alder's a chill guy. He doesn't
yeah,
force you to do anything.
and then
Like
Black and
go
White
like climb Sky
2.
Pillar and release Rayquaza.
Oh boy, Black and White 2. The champion was Iris.
Iris, yeah.
I haven't played Black and White 2, so I don't know what she does there.
Iris Iris is annoying to fight, is what I'll say.
Oh dear.
Yeah. She's strong and annoying to fight. Um
Me just like going in and looking up her team.
Annoying as hell to
Hydreigon,
fight.
Troutican, Archeops, Aggron, Lapras, and Haxorus.
Yup.
Focus slash Haxorus. And Life Orb Druddigan.
Fuck you, Iris.
Holy shit. That's not even challenge mode, by the way.
Who was the one girl that had Psy in her name? Cynthia.
Like, challenge
Um
mode, it's Wise Glasses Hydreigon, Life Orb Druddigan, Flying Gym Archeops, Muscle Band Aggron, and Wide Lens Lapras.
Flying Gem acrobatics is so dirty. That's so dirty. Why?
Oh, man.
All right.
I think it's
I think
interesting.
I'm running out of topics, but
That's fine.
favorite shiny.
Favorite shiny Umbreon.
Oh, based pick. Umbreon is up there for
I
me.
love, like, I don't know. I think it's so simple because all they did was change the color of the yellow to blue, and I just, for some reason, I
Oh,
fucking
Ray
love
is a good
that.
choice. My favorite is Latias, surprising no one.
Nope.
I don't think I would have gone 6 years for a shiny Latias if I didn't love it. But honestly, seeing it in Gen 4, so good.
Oh, wait, this is Latios' shiny? The kind of
Yeah, he's
greenish
minty
one?
fresh. He's minty
Ooh, I kind of
fresh.
like that. I
I
just got,
like Latias. The
I,
gold is so fucking good.
mm-hmm.
Mega Guard, that's also a good one. Ash Greninja. Y'all are just going for the black shinies. I'm over here with my gold shiny because gold shinies are fucking
Hold up,
base.
hold up. Umbreon's not a black shiny.
It is a black shiny.
No, the black is its normal color. So it's a blue
Actually,
shiny.
actually, the shade of black changes in
Is
the
that actually
shiny.
true, or are you just messing with
It
me?
is true. It is true. I've hunted for Umbreon more than once. I would know.
Okay. You know
Milotic
what?
is a good one.
I look at it and I see it. All right, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
see?
really it's really more of a bluish black though now.
I'm not joshing ya. I swear.
Who's Josh?
Oh.
Okay, I love this picture that I just pulled up, and that's so cool. It's like to me, I'm like, if Mega Umbreon existed,
Oh,
that's so cool.
that is cool.
I mean, it's
I
got a
like
lot. It's got a lot going on, but I still love the tribal markings.
oh, That's a good one. Yeah, see? It's darker.
All
Or
right, all
actually,
right.
no. Officially, I think it's lighter, isn't it? I
Um,
don't know. Yeah,
it's
officially it's lighter.
it's more like the yellow is brighter, and the blue, when they started adding the blue, the palette swap led to a more of a bluish black.
Mhm.
Like you can see almost like as if it's lit by blue lighting.
Mhm. It's a good shiny though. I love
It
it.
really is. I actually love how different that is
Viper
because
Viper King, everything has a shiny.
like if you see the normal Umbreon image, it's almost like okay, that's just normal natural light, like basically yellow lighting,
Mhm.
and then the blue one is more blue lighting, and I'm like, that's a really cool aesthetic.
I think so Latias is my number one. Umbreon is up there. I really like Shiny Decidueye. If you haven't seen Shiny Decidueye, it's fucking peak.
Hmm.
Oh my god, it's so good. Um
What about least favorite Chinese?
Remoraid.
Okay, now I gotta look this up.
It's not because it's bad, because it fucking haunted me.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, that's
I
actually really cool though. I like this little purple thing.
Okay,
I don't
if we're
like that
talking
octillery though.
like color wise, then like probably something that doesn't change. Um I don't know, there's a lot that don't change, but what would I say is my least favorite of them? Moltres is so shit. I
I
guess it
gotta say
depends.
that a part of
Like,
me really wants to say like some of the more boring ones is when they changed the Paradox future Pokemon to just being chrome colored. I'm not.
oh
I
yes.
I I kind of would have preferred like just choosing an alternate color, but I
Oh,
understand.
you know what? Have you seen the original shiny for Charizard? Because it's much better than its actual shiny.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, search up Gen 2 shiny Charizard.
Gen 2 shiny Charizard. I do like that. I actually do kind of like the purple a lot more than the
He's
black.
Purple. He's
Purple.
so good.
But I can immediately
It's
tell you why they decided not to do this.
Yeah, because they suck.
Oh, I was gonna say Spyro the Dragon.
Oh, but it looks so good.
I know.
Like make it a darker purple, it would look baller.
Uh, oh no, sorry. I thought you were gonna say it's like making a darker purple would make it get past the legalization.
Oh no.
Oh, and Barn.
No.
Oh yeah, those are Barney colors.
Well, I again in Gen 2, I don't think it was man-made shinies, so
Yeah, it was just palette swap, but that's still funny to me.
I still like the Gen 2 shiny a lot more than I like.
I do like the purple.
Yeah.
But
Least favorite.
I would
Least
agree with you that I think it's as much as I don't like the chrome colored paradox ones. I do understand the basis of that is that they are machines, so it's really like it's more like the Pokemon just didn't get a paint job. So actually, the true forms are the shiny.
Mhm.
That's the way I'll look at it.
All right, that's your headcanon.
Um, but I gotta go with you kind of on the thing where it's like if it's a shiny that doesn't change very much, that's boring. So very
Yeah.
clear one is like I mentioned it earlier. Gengar doesn't have a very clear difference.
I mean, Mega Gengar is
Oh man,
fucking sick.
and then there's another one is probably like Garchomp. That doesn't look too different. Mega
Garchomp literally
Garchomp sure as hell does.
Garchomp literally doesn't change at all. It's
Oh
hilarious.
man, Garchomp shiny. Corporate would like for you to find the difference between these two Pokemon.
It's the same picture.
It really fucking is. Oh my
What was
god.
Lycanroc shiny? Lycanroc shiny, it's a shade of blue, but it changes depending on which Lycanroc you have. So if it's daytime, it's light blue. If it's midnight, it's dark blue, and it looks awesome.
Ooh. I like these.
Mhm. I have one. I have one.
I
But
love
yeah,
how
they
I
all look
misspelled
really good.
Lycanroc the first time. It was Lycanrocs like with an X at the end. And I'm like, you
Oh
know
my
what?
god.
That's not the worst I could have misspelled this.
Lycanroc is such a sick Pokemon too. Like
It
Gen
is.
7, they cooked with their designs.
I
Holy
I
shit, they
love
cooked.
Rockruff. This thing is adorable, and its evolution to Lycanroc, I cannot pick a favorite form, honestly, because I
They
like each
cooked
of them.
so hard. I love midnight and then dusk form and then midday. But they cooked so hard with Gen 7. Like holy shit. Hisuian Zoroa, that's a good one. Oh my god,
I'm
Hisuian
gonna be
Zoroa has one of the best shinies.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not too big on this Hisuian Growlithe.
I mean, for that one, they just like did what regular Growlithe's line had, but
Yeah, I kind of wish they didn't.
Hisuian Zoroa has like the best shiny. No cap.
Oh, I've seen it, and it's so good.
It's so pretty. Oh
I
my
love the.
goodness.
Oh my god, this art right here is so cute.
I have a print of that. I
It's
have a
so
print of that art
cute.
and it's signed. Yeah, I got it at a con. I love it.
Lucky.
I love it.
I need to start going to conventions, but there are never
Ah,
any in my area. Everything's down in freaking New Orleans.
so cute. I love Zoroa so much. Oh my god.
But yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna be real. I loved the idea of Hisuian Growlithe, but I'm gonna be real and say it was never my favorite variation.
Mhm.
Like I just like OG Growlithe, honestly. I'm not a too big of a fan of the fold over the eyes or anything.
Ooh, OG Ninetales has a really good shiny as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's silver. Fucking beautiful. Especially in sprite form. Holy shit. That's you're spelling Ninetales wrong.
It's still correct. It still knows what I'm looking for. I do love this, by the way. Honestly,
Mm,
its tail looks more like with the silver. It looks kind of like a paintbrush aesthetic.
mhm. Every
And
time that I can hunt for a shiny like Vulpix, I will because this thing is beautiful. So
I
beautiful,
would
man.
say, sorry, I started thinking is like when I started thinking about like shinies I dislike. I for a while I would say the green shinies for a lot of them,
Mm.
except
I don't have
Espeon.
a problem. I don't have a problem with a lot of green shinies, I guess.
I love Espeons, but I kind of feel like
Espeon is good.
I kind of
Like
feel like it'd be almost.
unless it's in model form, in which case it looks really bad. But the sprite looks good. Like I don't know what they did. How did you do that? How did you fuck up that badly?
Shiny Espeon. Yeah, for the model, I don't know why, but this model looks like it's been altered. I'm just like, that looks like way too much vibrancy and life on an actual Espeon. Hold up. That's modded, right?
Oh no, that's just Pokemon of me.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It's
no.
not even it's not even yellow, it's green. What are you talking about, Red? Dude, look at the sprites for it if you can find them because they
Okay.
look so much better.
Sprite. It just shows Shiny Espeon holding a thing of Sprite. What the hell is this? I don't like that. I don't like that purple one. In before Star tells me that's her design.
That's not mine. Mine is
Okay.
white
Whew.
actually.
Okay, let's see. So here's the Sprite. Oh, that's actually really cool.
Mhm. They look nice.
Wait, that's also from Amino. I can never tell what's official.
That is official.
Okay.
That's one of the Gen 4 sprites, I think.
Okay. I'm going to say this. Eevee is one of my favorite Pokemon that if I have an opportunity to use it, I absolutely will. It's just that, to me, that's like, if I was told, okay, Fox, you can go into Pokemon, you can have whatever starter you want, I'm picking Eevee. Because it's such a versatile Pokemon. You
Mhm.
can kind of like start working on your team and figure out, okay, which direction do I want to evolve this? Well, it's just based on what is your team lacking.
Mhm. That's why I love picking up Eevee in a lot of my
Hmm.
playthroughs. Like if I can get Eevee, I will get Eevee.
Yes. I know,
And it's
like,
usually just like I get it and I get an Umbreon even if I don't need it.
mhm. I feel like of all of them, I think one of the most kind of useful evolution, if we're talking about like Gen 1, is weirdly Jolteon in its own way.
Oh yeah, Jolteon and Vaporeon are really good in Gen 1.
Hmm.
Not so much Flareon,
Yeah, isn't
unfortunately.
Flareon more of a physical attacker?
It is.
Yeah.
I have a shiny one that has guts and I run Facade.
I just remember like choosing Flareon. I don't remember what starter I picked because I started thinking about like, okay, which Pokemon is best for my team? Well, if you're choosing Blastoise, or sorry, you're choosing Squirtle, it's Jolteon. If I'm choosing any of the other two, if I haven't already picked up a water type, it's still basically going to be like Jolteon is still pretty much even with Vaporeon
Mhm.
because the electric typing is a little bit trickier to get compared to a water type.
I remember when I played Let's Go Eevee and I was shiny hunting because I do that. I shiny hunted for an Eevee and I don't know exactly why, but I evolved it into a Vaporeon and that is the one that I used.
Nice.
I don't remember how many shinies I had on that team, but I do remember I had a Ninetales, I had a Vaporeon, and I had a Dragonite.
I wish they let you evolve the Eevee you start with.
I know.
Because I would absolutely evolve it into an Umbreon. I know that they don't have the Gen 2 Pokemon, but I
Which is
hate that.
so
I would
fucking
so
rude.
evolve it into an Umbreon, and just like we would get to see Umbreon with all the little hats and clothes.
Oh my god.
We would.
They have outfits for your Eevee to put on, so I just gave it the Umbreon outfit.
That's amazing. But
Mhm.
now I just want an Umbreon so that I can wear the other outfits. It's like they did us dirty with that one. Are
Mhm.
you
Let's
saying?
Go was like surprisingly good.
Hmm. I
All
would
right,
say
my
I'm
mom just came in and she was like, "Are you wrapping up anytime soon? Cause you gotta eat. We gotta do the dishes."
okay. Fair enough. So with all that said, honestly, we probably could have. We've man, we were very slow with today, honestly.
It's all right.
All right, so with all that said, everybody, thank you guys for coming out. I hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. I do want to state I will probably not be going live tomorrow because I got some shit that came up last minute.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. More time for me to read Pokespie.
Yeah, fair. I also want to state that this upcoming week there might be some changes to the schedule of like what exact of how I'll be streaming games going forward. And I haven't finalized anything yet, so that's something to look forward to.
Persona 3?
Maybe. I mean, that was an actual maybe, by the way.
Oh,
I
you're
was
so
not trying to get your hopes up. Okay, I
so
had I had to
rage.
clarify because that's not a scheduling thing. That's a me like just figuring out which projects are coming next. I meant like actual scheduling, like between like what times I'm going live and how many games I'll
Ah.
stream in any one day. Because I was doing the thing where I was doing longer streams for a while and then playing multiple games, and that was actually just
Mhm.
making it harder to get uploads straight. So
All
yeah.
right.
In any case, that has been today's Writers and Weebs podcast. Thank you guys for coming out, and I hope to catch all of you guys in another one. Until then, let's go see who else is live so that way we can toss you in their direction.
All right. I'm gonna go eat because I'm hungry.
Okay, you have fun with that star. We're
All right.
going to raid